Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking, all right? Man, I'm gonna have to ask y'all a serious question. I'm sorry. Like, I ain't trying to be funny. I ain't trying to toot my own horn or nothing like that. But like, man, when I be listening to my intros, I be getting turned up. I be mad when it's time for the stream to start. So I'm gonna have to ask y'all maybe like when I make the next couple intro, videos, the little next couple intro trailers, them bad boys might have to be like, I don't know, like maybe like 7-8 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Would y'all be cool with that? If y'all would be cool with that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all ain't cool with that, y'all want to get the show started, then give me a thumbs down. Nah, let's get into it. All right. So shout out to everybody that's in the building. Y'all already know if y'all can hear me, everything sounds good. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys can't hear me, if it sounds bad, something's going on, then give me a thumbs down. All right. So I'm about to give everybody that's in the building an acknowledgement. All right. Shout out to my man Cameron Jones. Shout out to Red Raven Rucker. Shout out to my man Eddie Longs. We got Embrace Villainy in the house. Shout out to Terrence Jackson, John Guillory. We got Zato. Shout out to my man Zato, B1. We got my man TD Hip Hop Media. Shout out to TD Hip Hop Media with the Cash App donation. See how I did that, TD? See how I did that? With the Cash App donation. See how I did that, bro? Before the show. So shout out to my man TD. Let me see. Somebody else had actually donated on Cash App, and I want to give them a shout out. Damn. And I don't have my phone with me right now to see who it was, but I got you next video. You know what I'm saying? Let me see who else. We got Jay Fields in the building. Shout out to Jay Fields. We got Brooklyn Queen 125. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat for her. She hit your boy up on the Cash App. And that's it. That's what we got. All right. So make sure you guys smash that like button. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, if y'all not subscribed, go ahead and do that. Take care of that. Gotta ask the question. So if we criticize Jimmy, it could, quote unquote, set back relations. My question is, what relations? Now, this is no disrespect to anybody, right? Because, when these kind of things go on, the purpose of me having a discussion about this kind of stuff is not to disrespect anybody, even if you ideologically disagree with me, right? If I don't know you, you know what I'm saying? If you're just a regular person, now if you're a politician or a celebrity, yeah, you finna get roasted. But if you're just a regular person, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not about to like just go completely nuclear crazy, for no reason. So we're not about to do that. However, we're gonna look at a couple situations and then we're gonna ask these questions. All right. So let me ask you guys a question. Have you all ever heard the talking point that when people bring up race, it makes, quote unquote, white people uncomfortable because, quote unquote, they don't understand the topic? If I'm not mistaken, on some of my past streams, we've actually heard Jimmy Dore say that. Him and his co-host actually said, well, when people say white supremacy, what does that even mean? Or what do you think white people think of when white people think of white supremacy, right? Okay, so clearly, right, there needs to be, quote unquote, a discussion about that amongst us. And the reason why I say amongst us is because amongst them, there's already an understanding. If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. First, what I'm going to demonstrate is the understanding. Second, we're going to talk about where that talking point has come from. Now, a lot of people in the comment section was disgruntled about, the fact that, I had some things to say about Jimmy Dore, and I got more things to say about Jimmy Dore, and they all gonna get said, and they all coming over the week. Just ain't had time to get to them because, this kind of stuff, unless I can tie news to it, it's not really a priority. But when it comes, it comes. You know what I'm saying? When a hurricane comes, the hurricane comes. You know what I'm saying? Hurricane here. All right. First one, at least, death always comes in threes, right? So we're going to look at some examples, right? Let me ask you guys a question. First question. Was there a race massacre that took place in Jacksonville, Florida at the Dollar General? If there was, give me a thumbs up. If there wasn't, give me a thumbs down. Now, there was a race massacre. This was an anti-black hate crime specifically that took place in a state that has a slave history, in a city that has a history of anti-black incidences, right? We talked about Axe Handle Saturday, right? We talked about Rosewood, right? Despite all of this, you know what I'm saying? Kamala Harris is up there doing the jitterbug, dressed like somebody off of Meet the Browns, right? Shout out to Tariq Nasheed. He the one said he was dressed like she was dressed like Mr. Brown, and he was right. She is dressed like Mr. Brown, right? So she went from doing the jitterbug to doing this. I don't know if anybody was aware of this, but you see the date on this is September 13th of 2023. So what she decided to do was go sit down and have a conversation with somebody about this. Interesting. Very interesting. She must not watch the news very often. I mean, clearly she doesn't, because she's supposed to be the border czar, and you see how the border is looking. So clearly she don't watch the news. But for whatever reason, this was what she had to go sit down and talk to somebody about. All right. Now, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not the person that likes to go into the relationship thing, right? Because I am not somebody that says that, oh, you know, you off code if you with XYZ person. I'm not that person. That's not me. I don't believe that. That's why I don't say that. I believe that people can be with whoever they want to be with, right? And honestly, if you ask me, I don't think the fact that her husband is one of these particular people, that's why she went and talked to this particular group of people. I think that the financial influence that that particular group of people, the cultural influence that that particular group of people, the majority amount of people within the Democrats, as well as the majority amount of people that own the value chains that fund the Democrats, are part of that particular group of people. That's one of the reasons why she hot trotted her tail over there to go talk to them about that. That's what I think. Now, her husband, I think that he might have been a tertiary influence, possibly, because of course I'm sure he said something. We're not going to say that he didn't say anything. We're not going to say he didn't have any influence, but I think that there was larger influences before that. Why do I say that? Because Barack Obama was married to a black woman, and he decided to give $12 million to, quote unquote, these people. So that's my evidence. That's the reason why I'm saying that. All right. So I want to lay all these things out. You know what I'm saying? So now that I've laid that out, we're going to look at this article. Okay. So now here it says a Rosh Hashanah celebration at Vice President Kamala Harris's office residence was a celebration of American J's success that included a reminder of the threats that Somberitos still face. Douglas Emhoff, the second gentleman, began by noting his amazement that as the descendant, all right, so look at this, as the descendant of a Sombrerito fleeing anti-Semitism in Eastern Europe more than a century ago, he has made history as the country's first second gentleman. Okay, so the second gentleman, Douglas Emhoff, that must be her. Is that her husband? Second gentleman, and the first the first Sombrerito spouse of a president or vice president. Okay, so yeah, so this Douglas Emhoff person is her husband. Okay. So they lead with talking about him into the article. So that's interesting, right? Shout out to my man Torian. What's good with it, bro? All right. So now here it says, I want to remind you that it's great to be a Sombrerito. Right now, if we said it's great to be if it's great to be FBA, we xenophobic. If it's great to be black, you know what I'm saying, we liberal and woke and all this shit. But it's perfectly okay for him to have his cultural pride, and nobody has any issue with it. Here goes my thing. I'm all about everybody having their cultural pride. Don't try to shit on somebody else's culture, though. And here go one thing. I guarantee you, if you was at that Dollar General, it would have been great to be a Sombrerito because you wouldn't have been hit. 3 black people got hit. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Imhoff said to Cheers at the outdoor party on Tuesday evening. There were about 150 people in attendance, including Sombrerito, organizational leaders, politicians, and entertainment figures. So they had 150 links in the value chain at that party. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, mind you, in the wake of Jacksonville, right, they decided to go and do this. You know what I'm saying? The positivity was evident when Imhoff described his return to this summer to the Sombrerito camp in Pennsylvania, Cedar Lake, which he attended as a child. They were still there being joyful and living proudly, openly, and freely, he said. But he and Harris also emphasized the threat of anti-Semitism. All right. Imhoff said the interagency, look at this. The interagency task force he chairs is continuing apace in executing the White House's strategy to combat anti-Semitism, although he was light on details. Of course he would be light on details. You're not going to give up the plan. Why would you? Because then everybody would know how to circumvent the plan, right? But how many people knew that Imhoff chairs a White House task force that's strategizing on combating anti-Semitism? How many people were aware of that? If y'all knew about that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all didn't, give me a thumbs down. So that's what he's doing, right? Where's the anti-FBA hate crime task force? Where's the anti-black hate crime task force? We don't have that. Nobody's sitting up here calling this woke. And don't you find it interesting that nobody calls this out? Nobody calls this out. There's nobody that's outraged about this. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says we're putting this plan into action, he said. I've been meeting with mayors. I've been meeting with leaders. Harris citing reports. Look at this. Harris, the one. Kamala Harris, the one that cited this. She cited reports, spikes in anti-Semitism and quote unquote other attacks on minorities. She said the moment demanded action. So this is what Kamala Harris been doing. Shout out to Operator 6. What's good with it, bro? And shout out to Torian. Yeah, that's facts, bro. This is the most I've heard from her husband since she's been vice president. And look what it is that we're hearing about it on. You know what I'm saying? All right. We're being presented with a wake-up call. The blast of the shofar, she said, referring to the ram's horn blasted during Rosh Hashanah and the month preceding it. We are dealing with very powerful forces that are attempting to wage what I think is a full-on attack against hard-won freedoms and liberty. So what is she talking about? What is she talking about? Seriously, I'm curious. What is she talking about? Yeah, I agree 100%. If you guys agree with 42 tribes, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. 42 tribes said they don't call it out because they are white. If it was Ethiopians or Israelites, it would be woke. Man, they call all the Hebrew Israelites did was support Kyrie Irving, you know what I'm saying, in the game that he played after he was going through all of that stuff, after he retweeted Ronald Dalton's movie, right? All the Hebrew Israelites did was went there to the Barclay and showed him some support, and they was acting like it was all kind of craziness going on, and all they did was just went up there and stood outside. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says she described a venom cursing through our country. She said, and we are the antidote. She quoted the Ethics of the Fathers, a rabbinic text containing a series of adages. It is not your duty to finish the work, but neither are you at liberty to neglect it. Regina Spektor, the Sombrerito songwriter who immigrated to the United States as a child from the Soviet Union, sang an arraignment of the High Holiday Prayer Avinu Malkinum, which she said she put together on the train ride from New York. So she survived the train in New York. Spector said she was delighted that a man sitting across from her removed his hat to reveal a kippah and then began to study a Sombrerito scripture, something she said was unimaginable in her country of birth. In the Soviet Union? That was unimaginable in the Soviet Union? I wonder if that had anything to do with the Bolshevik Revolution. But still, there's a lot of Sombreritos in the Soviet Union, so I don't know which. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so there's that, right? That's one of the things that we got to deal with, right? So how many people remember me briefly mentioning this woman named Andrea Smith? All right. This is Andrea Smith. All right. She's an academic. Okay. Andrea Smith is an American academic, a feminist, and an activist. She's a feminist like the brick lady. That brick lady was a $5 brick lady. I wonder if there's any $5 anything going on with her. Let's see. Smith's work has primarily focused on issues of violence against women of color and their communities, specifically Native American women. Formerly an assistant professor of American culture and women's studies at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, she is the co-founder of Insight, Women of Color Against Violence, the Boarding School Healing Project, and the Chicago chapter of Women of All Red Nations. Now, what is Women of All Red Nations? Anybody know what that is? Oh, yes. Yeah, we're gonna get there, Torian. We're gonna definitely get there as far as playing dumb go. You know what I'm saying? We definitely gonna get there. All right. So now here says Smith is currently employed as a professor in the Department of Ethnic Studies at the University of California, Riverside. In August of 2023, the university announced that she would resign from the university in August of 2024 and become an emerita professor due to charges that she made fraudulent claims to Native American identity in violation of the faculty code of conduct provisions concerning academic integrity. Let me ask you this. First of all, let me just ask you a question, right? Because I think it's about time for us to start taking both sides of an argument. Don't you guys think so? If you guys think, you know what, it's time for us to start taking both sides of the argument, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't think so, give me a thumbs down. Even if y'all don't think so, I'm going to take both sides of the argument. I'm going to practice what I preach. Now, if I have a higher testosterone count in my blood than most people and a lower estrogen count in my blood than most people, and I have external sex organs, I can choose to identify as something opposite of what I present as. And there's not going to be any charges filed against me, right? Now, using that same logic, she chose to identify as something that she's not. Where's the crime? Where's the crime? Maybe she woke up that day and she identified as a native, so she says she was a native. Now, if she had identified as a male, would she have lost her job? See, this is my question that I'm asking for you guys. And this is also the question that I'm asking for these people that are making these ridiculous laws and standards. And it's just a question. That's it. Just a question. Right? We'll take both sides of the argument, right? When you take both sides of the argument, it makes it easier for you to always win, doesn't it? Since at least 1991, Smith has claimed to be Cherokee. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you think that she understood what she was doing? And let me ask you another question about this. Is this a form of white supremacy? Now, she has to understand something in order to be able to do something like this, right? She has to understand the value in being able to move from identity to identity and how that can be beneficial in many cases, right? Shout out to my man Iron Will. What's good with it, bro? Right? So you got to understand something if you see the value in taking an identity, right? There's a whole market, a whole industry in helping people to preserve their identity. Products like LifeLock are meant to stop identity theft, right? Let me ask you guys a question. Is this identity theft? Now, what I find fascinating is that, you don't really hear too much about this. Here goes the problem. A whole entire group of people, and shout out to TD Hip Hop Media, a whole entire group of people did this and received Dawes certificates during the Dawes Act and were able to get $5 land plots, which means that it's a generational thing. Yeah, there you go. King Solomon I put it in there. Native Americans, yeah. The Asians and white people who the government gave away our Aboriginal land to for $5 with the Dawes Act. So that means that what happened was they utilized the identity switching to turn it into money, right? They created a value chain from switching identities, right? Being able to benefit from the visual appearance, but on paper being something else, being able to reap all of those funds and benefits. Now, here go my question. I'm waiting. Somebody debunk what I'm saying. Debunk what I'm saying. I'm not telling the truth, right? This is We Was Kang's babble and shit, right? My question is, if it was, then what's this? So now the fact that when did the Dawes Act take place? Like in the 1800s sometime, and it's still going on in 2023. That means that there's a cultural practice of perfection with this particular activity. But they don't understand though. We can't have these conversations with people because they quote unquote don't understand. I tell you what, while they sit there and call us race hustlers, I guarantee you that we're complaining about money that we haven't gotten because of our race. The reason why these people are not complaining is because they've gotten a ton of money as a result of manipulating the principle of race. In order to be a hustler, ask 50 Cent. You got to benefit from the power of the dollar. Rule number 1, don't go against the grain. Rule number 2, give respect when respect due. Right? 50 Cent, power of the dollar. I'm a hustler, right? If it wasn't for the dough, I'll probably have to double back. But, bubble crack. Y'all remember that? Right? So now here it says, since at least 1991, Smith has claimed to be Cherokee. However, she has never been enrolled in a recognized Cherokee tribe. And genealogist David Cornsilk, who said Smith hired him twice to research her claim of heritage, found no evidence of Cherokee ancestry for Smith. Kind of like how when people say that they're women, they find no evidence of XX chromosomes. Shout out to Mike Mellis John. What's good with it, bro? B1. We gonna get into Tori, and we gonna get into that pretendian. We gonna get into that pretendian thing. We're gonna get into that because the thing is that they keep saying that we can't have these conversations with these people because they don't understand. And I'm sitting here telling people listen, man, if it only takes 4 years to become a bachelor, 6 to 7 years to become a master, 7 and beyond to become a doctor. 400 makes it damn near reflexive. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? You are not going to make me be under the assumption that people don't understand how this works. You know what I'm saying? They do understand how it works. If they didn't understand how this works, then this woman wouldn't have been doing all this. The controversy over Smith's claim to be Cherokee received relatively little attention outside academic circles until 2015. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Why did this get ignored until 2015? That's my question for y'all. What do y'all think about that? Why do you all feel that this got ignored until 2015? They knew all this and they sat on this information and they had it all, but it was ignored up until 2015 for some reason. Now, in 2015, her claim was more widely publicized in more mainstream media outlets like the New York Times Magazine. A number of Native American scholars, including a group of Cherokee women, which allegedly that's what she was advocating for in academia, have rejected Smith's self-identification as a Cherokee. And the Daily Beast has dubbed Smith the Native American Rachel Dolezal. Now, look at this. Early life and education. Run me that family, right? Smith was born to Helen Jean Wilkinson and Donald R. Smith in San Francisco and grew up in Southern California. She has one sister. Although her family is descended primarily from British and Scandinavian immigrants to the U.S., like some white Americans, she and her sister grew up hearing stories about the possibility of a distant Native American ancestor. Who? I want to ask you guys a question. Is this okay? If this is okay, then give me a thumbs up. If it's not okay, then give me a thumbs down. How is this okay? I didn't hear about them talk about this. Now, all these woke people that talk about all this woke stuff, for whatever reason, they sure as heck didn't talk about this. How come all of the people that got the issues with the woke stuff are not sitting up here talking about this? Shout out to TD Hip Hop Media. Run me that family. See that? We just ran her family. We ran her DNA. We ran her family. After we got the information from running the family and running the DNA, she got ran up out that university because she lied about her identity. You know what I'm saying? So you have to, so you have a PhD. You understand all of this stuff about all of these tribes and all this. Look at all this education she got. Harvard University, a bachelor in arts, Union Theological Seminary, MDiv, a Master of Divinity. University of California, Santa Cruz, she got a PhD. University of California, Irvine School of Law, she got all kinds of degrees. Where Kevin Samuels at? I'm a PhD. Shout out to my man Alonzo. What's good with it, bro? She a PhD. Yeah, you know me. She got a PhD. Yeah, you know me. She got a PhD in a Scandinavian family. But she claims she part of a tribe, though. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's that. You know what I'm saying? We don't really got to go any further as far as that goes. You know what I'm saying? The Wikipedia article for the most part, or the Wikipedia article took care of that for the most part. But then people don't like to believe Wikipedia. So, we put up this article here from the Guardian. All right. We got this article here from the Guardian, and it says Andrea Smith, an ethnic studies scholar at a California university, has faced decades of criticism for claiming Cherokee heritage. All right. Now, we just read that her heritage was debunked. Her heritage was debunked by a genealogist. But remember, they don't understand. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Is utilizing this history and utilizing the manipulation of identities, is that behaving in a WS way? If that is, then give me a thumbs up. If it's not, then give me a thumbs down. So if I was to have a conversation, quote unquote, about race with this woman, and somebody said, oh, you can't be having this conversation with her because she doesn't understand. Are you serious? She legitimized her studies with her fake identity. Now, shout out to Tori and Rain, right? Because there's that Twitter account called Anti-Whitewatch. Now, Anti-Whitewatch claims that white people are getting erased and stuff like that. If you're a white person and you're lying about your identity, isn't that erasing white people? So let me ask you guys a question. What's more of a threat to white erasure? People like Rachel Dolezal and Andrea Smith, or a Juneteenth holiday on the calendar? Which one is more of a threat? Shout out to my man DJ Elmo. What's good with it, bro? All right, so we're gonna go through this article real quick. An ethnic studies professor at the University of California, Riverside, will resign next year following more than a decade. So she even gets to keep her job following more than a decade of outrage over accusations that she falsely claimed indigenous American heritage. And I'm sorry, but after a genealogist tells you that you're not indigenous American, it's not accusations anymore. You falsely claim that. It's not accusations anymore. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, shout out to everybody that's in here. We got 39 people watching. If everybody can take a moment and hit that like button. Also, if you guys can hit the bell and subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video to your social media, that would be great. Andrea Smith was once heralded as a scholar of Native American studies. She faced criticism since at least 2008 for claiming that she was Cherokee, but had remained employed at the Southern California University. Last year, 13 of her colleagues at UC Riverside alleged that she made fraudulent claims to indigenous American identity and violated academic integrity. Months later, Smith reached a deal with the university and agreed to resign in August 2024. Now, let me ask you a question. Is that a consequence? Like, did she get a consequence, or did they give her a slap on the wrist? Yeah. If you guys agree with Eddie, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. She got a slap on the wrist. Also, here's another question. Let me ask you guys a question. How many of you all could get away with that? See, when people say we're a locked in bottom class, there's other dimensions of us being locked in. These people can literally shift identities like chameleons. We're visibly locked into what we are. Okay? Under the terms of the agreement, Smith will not be, look at this, under the terms of the agreement, Smith will not be subjected to investigation and will continue teaching classes until retirement. I mean, is she even getting punished for this? This isn't even a punishment. This isn't even a punishment. If you guys agree with Eddie, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with Eddie, give me a thumbs down. They should have made her pay back all those funds she collected. Facts. Look at this. She will keep her retirement benefits and her honorary emeritus title. Look at this. Look at this. University Riverside will also cover up to $5,000 of her legal expenses related to the complaint. This agreement could help the university avoid more costly litigation. How? That's not a punishment. But this is what is done. So now let me ask you a question. Does she understand what's going on? If I was to sit here and say, let's have a conversation, we need to talk about what's going on. We got race issues here in the United States. Oh, I can't talk about that because I can't talk about race. I've never been able to do anything like this and benefit from it. For one, I've never even thought to do anything like this. But for two, I've never done anything like this. She don't even have any excuses. My mom is a foster child. You know what I'm saying? She grew up in a foster family. So, there's issues there on top of the fact that when it comes to FBA people here in the United States, our shit is all fucked up as a result of United States government policies. So anybody who would attempt to try to make this type of claim against us, like they did against that lady Kenya Moore, which was some bullshit, we got a reason. There's a difference between trying to understand your ancestry when the country that you live in is a part of scrambling it up than it is when you knowingly know everything about yourself and you choose to do something to play a character. That's completely different. Kenya Moore got in more trouble, right? Kenya Moore. You know what I'm saying? Kenya Moore got in trouble with Bravo for simply wearing an indigenous costume when her first name is Kenya. And on the video that I did about that, I showed how people from Kenya actually wear tribal attire that's the same as quote unquote indigenous here. Kyrie Irving retweeted Ronald Dalton's movie to tell people to look into their ancestry. I'm pretty sure that's what the tweet said. Why? Because we don't know our ancestry. You have no excuse. You know yours. Now, here go my question. What Vivek Ramaswamy got to say about this? TD Hip Hop Media said she's on her Elizabeth Warren grift. Facts. DJ Elmo said she's a shapeshifter. Facts. She's a shape grifter. Yeah, I did. It's an old video on my page about it, Kelly. It's either on Patreon or I think it's way back there. But if you look up some articles, you can look up the article where Bravo got all over Kenya Moore about that. And it was a Halloween costume. So now here it says the settlement agreement made public earlier this month will bring a timely conclusion to Smith's employment, John D. Warren, a university spokesperson, told the New York Times. Investigations of a tenured faculty member for alleged misconduct have potential for litigation and appeals that can unfold over the course of years. The agreement seems to bring a close to years-long controversy over Smith allegedly misrepresenting her identity. It doesn't seem to bring a consequence to the action of it, though, which means that there's actually no consequence to it, right? Yeah, Eddie, that's a fact. And one of the reasons why is because it's a federal violation, because those tribes have that federal trust authority. Prominent indigenous American scholars repeatedly questioned and publicized their concerns about Smith, falsely claiming that she had Cherokee heritage, despite not being an enrolled tribal member nor having any documented ties. Right now, everybody's seen that episode of the George Lopez show where Snoop Dogg got his DNA done, and it showed that he had indigenous. Right now, but ironically, Snoop Dogg's genealogy shows that he's indigenous, but he don't have no tribal card either. So what did that tell you about the tribal card business? You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Smith reportedly knew she had, look at this. Smith reportedly knew she had no indigenous American heritage since the 1990s when she hired Cherokee genealogical researcher David Cornsilk to look into her maternal ancestry and years later to investigate her paternal lineage, according to a 2021 New York Times report. In response to criticism over her claims to Cherokee heritage, Smith wrote in 2015, "I have always been and always will be a Cherokee." No, you're not. You have been and always will be delusional. Smith is one of several high-profile cases of academics allegedly falsely claiming indigenous heritage, what some call pretendians. See, I told you, Torian, we would get to the pretendians part. So now, so everybody is aware it's not me that said that, it's the Guardian that said that. And people be sitting up there talking about black supremacy and anti-whiteism and all this. This is the Guardian that said this. And what's more anti-white than if you're actually white and you say that you're somebody that's not, and you're something that's not white? What's more anti-white than that? But there's no tweets on the anti-white Twitter account that talk about this, which is interesting because there's a lot of white people doing this. You know what I'm saying? Earlier this year, a white anthropologist at UC Berkeley, known for her work on food justice in indigenous communities, apologized for wrongly claiming to be indigenous American. Elizabeth Hoover said she had incorrectly identified as indigenous her entire life due to incomplete information. You never looked in a mirror before? What kind of incomplete information? So here goes my question. Let me ask you guys a question, right? Why do people say, well, we have to navigate carefully around how we have discussions about race because they might be sensitive to it? Do this look like any kind of sensitivity? Senator Elizabeth Warren, and these are people in positions of power, mind you. This ain't just somebody talking about, I'm XYZ, and that's just it. These are people in positions of power, not only in positions of power, where they can do things, positions of power where they actually have the ability to influence intellectual discussions within those particular communities. This particular individual right here was like the chairperson and scholar of all of this indigenous studies and all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Jacqueline Keeler, a writer who investigates people who falsely claim indigenous ancestry for personal gain and who posted the details of Smith's agreement earlier this month, told Inside Higher Ed, academia, look at this, academia is basically a pretendian factory. It is the ultimate form of colonization where they actually become us instead of actually listening to us, she told the outlet. Isn't that what the Democrats are doing to FBAs? And you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. So now if they understand this, why should there be a gentle conversation where anybody has to censor their speech or talk a certain kind of way to make anybody comfortable about anything? Oh, that's just an isolated event. Okay, well, this individual that studies this just said that the academia is a pretendian factory. That's what she said. You know what I'm saying? That's what she said. Look at Elizabeth Hoover. U.S. professor apologized wrongly after claiming to be Native American. Calls Mount for Elizabeth Hoover, the anthropologist at University California, Berkeley, who said she had indigenous heritage, to resign. Let me ask you guys a question. How many people knew about this woman named Elizabeth Hoover? If you all are familiar with Elizabeth Hoover, give me a thumbs up. If you're not familiar with Elizabeth Hoover, then give me a thumbs down. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please take a moment, smash the like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment and hit the bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Yeah, another one. And another one, DJ Khaled, and another one, and he's won his damn self. But anyway, that's another story. And all this stuff, and the interesting is going on in liberal California. So there's a particular thing that these liberal people tend to do. Liberals like Jimmy Dore. So now here it says a University of California at Berkeley anthropologist known for her work on food justice in the Native American communities is under fire after she long claimed, look at this, she long claimed that she was indigenous and had conceded to the fact that she is in fact white, fueling for cause of her resignation. So now all the people on YouTube, all the people on Twitter will go around and say that these liberal universities are firing people for being white. And that's what they'll say. It's just getting too crazy out here. These people are getting fired for being white. You're not getting fired for being white. You're getting fired for being a liar. And being white is part of the details of what was involved in your lie. Why would somebody do something like this? He said, you just read my mind, Torian. Facts. They need to question them as to why they did it. I want to know what lie they kind of come up with. Facts. Elizabeth Hoover, who was hired as an associate professor in 2000 researching Native American food sovereignty, published a letter of apology on her personal website earlier this week. And this is old. I want everybody so that you guys know this article is more than 4 months old. All right. This article here came out on Friday, May 5th of 2023. Okay. Elizabeth Hoover, who was hired as an associate professor in 2000, researching Native American food sovereignty, published a letter of apology on her personal website earlier this week. She noted that she had claimed her Native Indigenous heritage her whole life and had benefited from her self-identified Indigenous backgrounds in the forms of academic fellowships, opportunities, material benefits that I may have not received had I not been perceived as a Native scholar. So she got handouts. Value chain, weaponized value chain. So we got to refer back to Torian's comment. He said they need to question them as to why they did it. I want to know what lie they're going to come up with. Now, she's not stating this as a answer to why she did it, but this is why she did it. She did it for these benefits. Let me ask you guys a question. If you guys think that she did it for these benefits, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't think that she did it for these benefits, give me a thumbs down. Let me know what y'all think she did it for. I guarantee she wasn't turning none of these benefits down. They was sending them checks. She didn't send none of that shit back. I bet you that. It said she noted that she had claimed her Native American heritage her whole life and had benefited from her self-identified Indigenous background in the form of academic fellowships, opportunities, and material benefits that I may not have received had I not been perceived as a Native scholar. So she was up there getting tangibles. she was she was up there getting tangibles. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Hoover stopped identifying as a person of Mohawk and Mi'kmaq descent last year following inquiries into her background, the Los Angeles Times reported. She had conducted, look at this, she had conducted research into her ancestry, but found no records verifying that her family members had tribal ancestry. Let me ask you guys a question. Why does this happen so often? But then they turn around and say that we're whitewashing history. Now, here's my question. What would Ron DeSantis have to say about this particular situation here? What would Ron DeSantis have to say about this? Look, Torian says, imagine having all that privilege as a white woman and still having to scam off another group. Can we say affirmative action? You know what I'm saying? Can we say affirmative action? You know what I mean? So now here it says, I am a white person who has incorrectly identified as Native my whole life based on incomplete information, Hoover wrote. Incomplete information like what? What was incomplete? You didn't ever look at yourself in the mirror? What did you put on your job applications? I am uncritically living in an identity based on family story. That means that and what did I tell you about this shit as far as the family be lying to people? This is a family thing. The family lies. The family got to make sure don't nobody find about them DAW certificates that they frauded in order to get their first couple $100,000 of privilege. Like, come on, man. Hoover's concession fits into a look at this, a continuum. Hoover's concession fits into a continuum of white Americans co-opting racial and ethnic identities for personal gain and claiming tribal heritage in what critics call pretendians at a time when Americans are increasingly self-identifying on the U.S. Census as Native American. How come Fox ain't talking about that? How come Tucker Carlson ain't bring that up when he's talking about replacement theory? Ooh, we. Members of the indigenous communities argue that this phenomenon capitalizes on their tribal ancestry for personal gain and acts of colonialism by another name. I mean, I don't disagree with that. But what I find fascinating is that this is not something that people talk about very often. But one of the reasons why people don't talk about it very often is because when you talk about this kind of stuff very often, either the white person themselves or some Sambo will come out and say, well, they don't understand racism, they don't understand white supremacy. You got to be careful and you got to talk to it you got to speak about it and talk about it a certain way. And if we come at it too rough, it could just mess everything up. It don't sound to me like anything is messed up over here. Don't sound like anything. Elizabeth Warren still got her job. 4 years ago, ahead of her run for presidency, Senator Elizabeth Warren apologized to the Cherokee Nation after backlash following her release of DNA results in an attempt to prove that she had Native ancestry from her family's generations in Oklahoma. Man, look, man, gone somewhere. Oklahoma, the Cherokee people in Oklahoma just passed a law that said that black tribal members was able to get tribal benefits. They ain't said nothing about Elizabeth Warren. So now, have I given enough evidence that shows that? And this is just one. This is one aspect of white supremacy, right? Because like white supremacy is like a wheel with a whole bunch of spokes. There's financial, there's identity theft, there's education, there's political derangement, all this other stuff, right? So this is just one element of the wheel, and it seems like there's a lot of people that have this element of the wheel down packed. These are not isolated events. Last year, following the death of the activist and actor Shasheen Littlefeather, who famously stood in for Marlon Brando to refuse the Best Actor Oscar in 1973, family members claimed that Littlefeather had faked her Native American ancestry. Before her death, Littlefeather, whose birth name was Marie Louise Cruz, received a formal apology from the Academy of Motion Picture and Arts and Sciences for misstatements that she faced at the Oscars decades earlier. I'm not trying to be funny, but it's more believable that somebody that has at least a Latino sounding name has more links to Native indigenous culture than somebody named Elizabeth Warren. But notice how they tried to shun that lady. Nobody even questioned any of these white people doing this. Now, I didn't hear about this lady until I started talking about Brick Lady. Brick Lady, the one that put me onto this Jessica Krug person. This is old. This is an article from 3 years ago. How many people know who Jessica Krug is? If you guys know who Jessica Krug is, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, then give me a thumbs down. We got to just like DJ Khaled. Just like DJ Khaled, we got another one. And we ain't even talked about Rachel Dolezal, and you know what I'm saying? We ain't even talked about none of that. Jessica Krug is a white professor who pretended to be black, and she resigned from her university post. Colleagues said that they were shocked and appalled by Krug's admission that she had lied about being black for her entire career. She lied her entire career. And nobody ran any paperwork. Now, let me ask y'all this question: why is there so many cases like this? See, that's the real question. Why is there so many cases like this, and why don't anybody say anything about it? And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. If you guys have not smashed the like button wherever you're watching at, please make sure you guys take a moment and smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell and subscribed wherever you're watching at, make sure you do that. And please share the video out to your social media from wherever you're watching at. All right. Faking jacks. They faking jacks, Eddie. So this woman name is Jessica Krug. All right. And again, like I said, I wouldn't have known about her. I already had these first two lined up, but I had to research Jessica Krug when we talked about the brick lady. Jessica Krug, the white George Washington University professor who made headlines around the world after confessing she had long claimed to be black, has resigned, according to the university. Dr. Krug has resigned her position effective immediately. Her classes for this semester will be taught by other faculty members, and students in those courses will receive additional information this week, noted the university in a statement issued Wednesday. And again, remember, it doesn't mean this Wednesday. This is an old article. In the case that drew parallels to Rachel Dolezal, Krug published a Medium post last week in which she admitted to pretending to being black for years, while in fact she is a white woman from Kansas City. Let me ask you guys something. Do you think she knew what she was doing? If you all think that she knew what she was doing, give me a thumbs up. If you think that she was very versed and capable of having a conversation about race, clearly she understood something about race, because she understood that she was able to fool people in adopting a racial identity, right? Is that fair to say? So now here it says, Krug said she claimed identities that I had no right to claim. First, North African blackness, then U.S. rooted blackness, then Caribbean rooted Bronx blackness. I mean, she trying to take part in being, you know what I'm saying, from the motherland. She trying to be FBA. You know what I'm saying? She trying to be part of hip hop and shit. With, you know what I'm saying? Trying to talk about this Caribbean Bronx shit. She literally on that I am every woman shit. I mean, damn, even Whitney Houston, a foundational black American, made that song. Here go my question. Why aren't these people household names? Who sued these individuals to safeguard the culture, quote unquote? Last week, and again, remember, this isn't actual last week. This article is over 4 years old. The university announced that it had canceled classes taught by Krug. Her colleagues in the history department had called on her to step down from her post, saying that they were shocked and appalled by Dr. Jessica Krug's admission on September 3rd of 2020 that she had lied about her identity for her entire career. Now, I mean, she worked an entire career, fruitful, made money, and then at the end when she was done, she said, just so y'all know, I lied. My bad. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Oh man, I lied. You know, I lied. I'm just saying. Krug's biography on the university website, look at this, lists imperium and colonialism, which clearly she is an expert of because she colonized the black identity and utilized it. So she clearly is an expert. And this is what I'm telling y'all. And African American history as her areas of expertise. Her writings center on issues of quote unquote African culture and diaspora. Like what? You're part of the issue. You are an actual issue. What you're doing creates issues. Now, this is her down here, look like right here. This lady right here. Who the hell thought she was black? Krug alluded in her Medium post to a mental look, there he go. Krug alluded in her Medium post to a mental health issue, but said she did not believe that excused her behavior. Girl, what you bring it up for then? Mental health issues can never and will never neither explain nor justify, neither condone nor excuse that in spite of knowing and regularly critiquing any and every non-black person who appropriates from black people, my false identity was crafted entirely from the fabric of black lives, she wrote. Krug has not commented publicly on the backlash beyond her initial post. Let's look at this down here. I think this is a picture of her, so we're gonna look at this picture. Come on, man. Who the hell thought she was black? Who thought this lady was black? She was gaslit by other people sitting up there telling her you're black. I'm sorry, if she had told me that she was black, I'd have been like, what, your hair? Come on, man. Who thought she was black? That, you know where that comes from? That comes from that stupid ass shit that everybody's saying, like, oh, you know, I mean, may as well be black. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker may as well be black. You know, it may as well be black. Man, come on, man. That's that goofball shit. Who thought she looked like a damn somebody that be normally dressing as a gothic person and just got dressed up for work? That's what she looked like. And the other pictures, no, I ain't got no other pictures of her. How many diversity and inclusion grift jobs do you think that she got? I wouldn't be surprised, DJ Elmo. There's a little pattern of them doing that kind of thing. So now I think that, you know, despite all of my other content, right? Despite all the other content that I do, with that stuff there, I think that I've made a pretty basic case that these conversations can be had without censorship. I'm sorry, people that have benefited from these things, from racism and white supremacy and all that, if you've benefited from that, I'm sorry, I'm not explaining a damn thing. There needs to be no censorship or no kind of special talking around any of what's going on. Would you guys agree or would you disagree? I'm not going to coddle anybody in that conversation. I don't care how many old grandmas come into my comment section and say, you're tearing the country apart. What are you doing? Somebody wrote that stupid ass shit on Crimecast the other day. I'm tearing the country apart. Like I said on Just Talking with TD and Rob, I didn't draw the Mason-Dixon line. Shout out to my man Al McCown. What's good with it, bro? Now, that brings us to Revolutionary Blackout Network. Like I said, I don't have no fundamental problem or no beef with Revolutionary Blackout Network. Not trying to start a beef or cause any issues with these people. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to show you guys the particular issues that I have with what they're saying. All right. Now, this guy right here, he's not part of Revolutionary Blackout. This person here. This is somebody else. All right. Shout out to my man 2 Factor. What's good with it, bro? Oh, wait a minute. Hey, Al McCown, are you able to hear? Do you have sound? If you guys can hear me okay, give me a thumbs up. If you guys can't hear me, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Zentober. What's good with it, bro? Hey, I seen the orange and just looked at this real fast, and I thought this was Carlton Way that said that. This is a Carlton Way comment. It's DJ Omo though. DJ Omo said Jessica Krug probably had a fat ass, and the Simpson raccoons rallied around her saying she was black. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, just because you got a fat ass don't mean that you black. People say that stupid ass shit too. You can go buy you some whey protein and work out in the gym. I seen white women build themselves up. You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't mean that you're black. You know what I'm saying? Like, goddamn, people gotta stop. Like people gotta stop. And I guarantee you, DJ Omo, you right. You absolutely right. Like some simp said that. Like, stop. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Al says that he can't hear. Everybody's saying that they can though. So maybe try to refresh YouTube, I'm guessing. So this live stream, it was titled "Most Ridiculous Debate Ever." Brianna Joy Gray destroys the Kolinskis, and hopefully, I'm able to get around to reacting to that. But within this stream, they briefly touched on the Jimmy Dore comments with his back and forth with him and Cornel West, and I want to see what you guys think about their perspective. All right. Now, real quick, I want to make sure, shout out to TD Hip Hop Media. If you're still in here, let me know if you're in here watching, because we're here now. All right. So if you're here, you know what I'm saying, let me know. All right. So we're gonna listen to this. All right. And I want you guys to react in the comment section if you have thoughts about what's being said.
Yeah, Jimmy Dore and Cornel West had a little spat, shall we say. But what's interesting is if you put it in the context of what happened with Jimmy Dore and Marianne Williamson and Jimmy Dore and RFK Jr., it starts to make sense. Let's talk. I'm always playing the, I'm always at war with StreamYard. Not, I love StreamYard, but I mean, I'm at war with it, and I can't figure it out. It ain't StreamYard, it's me. All right, it's not you, it's me, as people say in relationships. All right, let's talk. Let me make sure before I go any further that I got sound and everything.
All right, so this guy right here, he's a YouTuber. Excuse me. This guy is a YouTuber right here, and his name is Garland Nixon. Okay.
Fine. I think that. Okay, and my input is good. All looks well. Okay, I got to check these things. I've done entire videos and not had any sound. All right, so there, I would be willing to bet that there are a lot of my international friends will look at this video and say, "Oh, it's not about Ukraine or BRICS or anything like that." And I'm not. I don't want to watch this one, but they should. They should, because it is important. So Jimmy Dore had Cornel West on. Again, a guy that I've said I like, you know, I like Cornel West. I think he's a nice person, and I think he means well.
Now, this is what's funny, right? In the comment section of my videos about Cornel West that I encourage people to, you know, engage with people in, the people who are upset with my take on Jimmy Dore, they feel that me and we and all of us are Cornel West supporters. So let's get this straight for the record. There may be like about 5 people over here who are Cornel West supporters. The majority of my comment section are not Cornel West supporters. We got 42 people watching, and with some thumbs up and thumbs down in the chat, if you're a Cornel West supporter and you plan on voting for Cornel West, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, then give me a thumbs down. If you're a Cornel West supporter, thumbs up. If you're not a Cornel West supporter, thumbs down. So what we're going to do is we're not going to address any talk of people trying to say that we're Cornel West supporters, because unless you're slow, it's very obvious that myself, the channel host, and most of my subscribers are not Cornel West supporters. There are a few, you know what I'm saying? But not all of us. Most of us, we don't. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. So that's not, so anybody who writes that comment in the comment section after the video, you're writing that comment section, you know, in a futile way, because that's already been addressed. Okay. Another thing is, we predicted long before Jimmy Dore, we predicted long before his recent campaign support staff choices that he would flip Democrat. Jimmy Dore didn't expose anything. We predicted that long ago. So that's something else that we're not going to entertain comments about the choice of campaign staffer, because we already knew that he would flip Democrat. You all are so obtuse that you live in your own clouds, and you're going to get held in those carbon monoxide clouds until you get lightheaded and wilt like a flower. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, let's finish this.
Not a bad guy at all. And Jimmy was very frustrated because Jimmy brought up some various things, things to do with lockdowns and COVID and vaccine mandates, and Cornel West kind of brushed them aside and made it pretty clear that, hey, man, we don't agree on this, right?
Again, we all watched that interview, and Cornel West just didn't feel that it was as important as Jimmy Dore did. He didn't say that it wasn't important. Cornel West felt that it was so important that he said he would set up a truth committee. So again, we're running a false narrative, right? Let me ask everybody in the comment section, what do you guys think is more important? Racism and dealing with racism, breaking up white supremacy, or do you all feel that C-19 lockdowns is more important? Cornel West being a black man, that I wouldn't say Cornel West is 100% a coon. Like I've always told everybody, there's a coon spectrum. I would say that Cornel West is probably like, I would say like maybe he like on the, I would say he's like maybe like on the, he's like dead in the middle. He's not 100% a coon. I would say he's probably like 50%. You know what I'm saying? He's 50% for the right shit and 50% a coon. You know what I'm saying? So because he's 50% for the right shit and he's a black man, he's gonna say, well, you know, I'm a brother, man. I'm dealing with racism up in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna always be what an actual black person says is the biggest issue until it's not. Even with C-19, there was still a lot of that inside of C-19. One thing that Jimmy Dore didn't talk about was the racism that those people that were supposed to get that C-19 money in Oregon didn't get it because of the lawsuits that were filed. So if you're black and you say that racism and white supremacy is your number one issue, that's something that's normal. Jimmy was outraged by that. I don't really care what Jimmy's outraged by. Cornel West didn't say that the lockdowns weren't an issue. He said, guess what, buddy? I got bigger and more important shit than what your privileged ass is worried about. Oh, yeah, he definitely does. We're not gonna take that away from him. He tap dances. He tap dance on a piece of dental floss. You know what I'm saying?
He brought up some.
But I think what people need to understand, most people are on a coon spectrum. And as far as I'm concerned, if I can deal with and work with people who are at least at 50%, if I can productively work with you, I'm about to productively work with you. I'm not gonna isolate somebody on some expectation of all black everything. That's what other people do. That's what they do, and you know what I'm saying. Other people promote that. My question, that's fine, but my thing is what kind of industries have they started? What have they done? You know what I'm saying? Like, where's the tangible results to that? You isolate yourself from being able to network with more people. That's their approach. I'm not getting in their way of stopping that. That's just not my approach. It's just not what I do. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Shatir. Oh, you already know I'm being divisive. You know what I'm saying? That's just not what I do. You know what I'm saying? We already do not have a large number of people, and we got to live in the reality world. The reality world is you have to try to make do with what you have until you can have more influence in creating the situation that you have. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's other people out there that do that. I'm not doing that. I don't promote that. I don't promote isolating people. And this is why I'm trying to take this approach with Revolutionary Blackout Network. I'm not going to just sit here and beat on the microphone and call these guys coons and shit like that. I want to show my evidence of why I disagree with them. And if I can build something on what I agree with them on, I'm down for that. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, my question for everybody is, all these approaches, out of all these approaches that everybody does, what has worked definitively? I can't sit here and say that anything that I've done has worked definitively, because don't nobody do what I do. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have a track record of actually getting to the point of where I'm able to institute these things and see if they work or not. I don't have no field testing. But as far as the rhetoric that everybody else been pushing, it's 60 years of field testing of failure on that shit. I'm just saying.
Other issues that seemed obvious to him, and he was very frustrated and angry. Not angry at Cornel West, I think he was just angry because he felt like it was obvious to me Jimmy was.
So this dude right here is explaining. All right, we're just gonna put that out there right now. He said that he doesn't think that Jimmy Dore was angry at Cornel West. Let me ask you guys a question. Do y'all think that he was angry at Cornel West? If y'all think that he was angry at Cornel West, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't think that he was angry at Cornel West, give me a thumbs down. He sounded pretty damn upset with Cornel West, if you ask me. But okay, he's entitled to his opinion.
Kind of looking like, man, these things are obvious, dude. You don't get it. And the language that Cornel West was using, and I kind of sat there and watched that. But then I went back and I watched Jimmy's discussions with Marianne Williamson, Jimmy's discussion with RFK Jr. You know, if you just watch Jimmy's discussion with Cornel West, that's one thing. But why not you watch them with all three and you see a pattern? You see Jimmy talking to these people saying, look, there are certain things that are very, very obvious. I've covered them. Anybody should be able to look into this situation and see this or that. And I'm very frustrated because you can't see it. Let's talk about why. Let's start with Cornel West. One of the things that seemed to frustrate Jimmy about Cornel West was Cornel West's language, the language that he was using, right?
Okay, so now here we go. I want everybody to pay attention. The language. Free speech guy upset about language. He was speaking the English language. Let's continue.
And as Jimmy brought up, he basically said, you know, you kind of sound like the Anthony Blinkens and the Biden people, et cetera, because there's certain words, certain terms, certain phrases they use.
Now, let me ask you guys a question. What certain term, what certain phrases? See, now we're into the meat of it. This is the important part. He sounded like the Biden administration. Now, remember, we already called long time ago that Cornel West would flip Democrat, right? So none of this is a surprise to us. We're dealing with a different issue. We're dealing with Jimmy Dore is a typical white liberal that Malcolm X was talking about. And I agree, Jay. Facts. If you guys agree with Jay and Torian, people playing dumb, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Right. So that one is continuous use of the words white supremacy, continuous use of the words, continuous the.
All right, you guys, you heard that. Now let it rip. Let it rip. So when we talk to white people, we're not supposed to say white supremacy. Sorry, I'm not following that rule. Those articles that we just read, and everything that goes on, the history of the United States, man, I'm sorry, I'm not following that rule. Got that? If you have an issue with that, then that's on you. Then just don't be part of the conversation. But don't be mad about what comes out of the conversation as a result that you chose to take yourself out of. Yeah, I agree. If you guys agree with Zentober, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with Zentober, give me a thumbs down. These are the free speech people who claim to be anti-censorship that want us to censor ourselves when dealing with issues that they cause us. That's a great question, John. That's a great question. What do you guys think? What's you guys' thoughts on what John is saying? John says, why are these old cats so scared and cape so much? That's a great question.
Phrases they use, right? So that one is continuous use of the words white supremacy, continuous use of the words, continuous the LGBTQ trans stuff.
So I want you to see what this is what they do, how they attempt to lump in like as if LGBTQ and trans has anything to do with white supremacy. Let me ask you guys a question. All three of those articles that we just read, what did that have to do with LGBTQ? The reason why they don't want people to quote unquote continuously use the terminology white supremacy is because when you put the focus on white supremacy, you can't take it off. It has to be addressed. If you allow other language to get in there, like LGBTQ and all of this stuff, now we can divert and never actually deal with the actual issue that we're dealing with. Now, let me ask you guys a question. We got to deal, not only do we have to deal with all of this nonsense, we got to deal with people like this heading into 2024. Yeah, I agree, Edwin. Facts. If you guys agree with Edwin, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Edwin says they love to lump our stuff with theirs. It's a derangement of internal politics. Shout out to Professor Black Truth, like what he says all the time.
certain things that are buzzwords, certain words that are used frequently by the neoliberals, by the neoliberal warmongers in particular, really the worst people on earth. Now, let's separate something before we go any further. Let's separate language from reality. Okay, Tony Blinken.
Let's separate language from reality. Okay, if we do that, how do we describe reality? I'm down to do it with numbers, but is everybody capable of doing that? I gotta agree with DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo says wordplay. Omitting WS word leads to maximum sophisticated confusion. I agree 100%. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, let me ask you guys a question. If I'm not mistaken, maybe if one of the moderators can look this up, this Garland Nixon individual, he's got a huge platform, well, a huge in comparison to mine, on YouTube. He got like 60, 70,000 subs. If one of the mods can look him up and let us know the exact sub count, that'd be great. Why am I asking and mentioning his sub count? What I'm saying is because these are individuals that YouTube allows and pushes them to have massive amounts of following. My content is not pushed out to other people on YouTube, despite the fact that I have crazy engagement, crazy financial engagement, crazy social media integration. The reason why they do this, Garland Nixon, he has 61,200 subs. 61,200 subs, and y'all never even heard of this cat. Now, again, I'm not saying this to disrespect him, right? I'm not saying this to dump on his content, right? What I'm saying is that he clearly has a message and he clearly wants to deviate from particular things to have ease of conversation with other people. Sometimes, if you ask me, you cannot do that. You have to go head up with people. If you say I'm not allowed to say white supremacy, that's like if you tell somebody, okay, you're not allowed to use the overhand right. Now let's have a boxing match. No. The hell? I'm not doing that. That's like going into an MMA match. You're not allowed to use a roundhouse kick. Okay. Why would I do that? We don't need to be apologetic that white democratic liberals, liberal think tanks, and all of these people adopted and hijacked our movements. And I got to agree with John Guillory. John says facts. Once you start compromising, you will forever compromise. I agree. And if you ask me, this right here is a perfect example of compromising. Now you got to ask yourself the question, okay, let's just entertain it just to test the waters. See, because a lot of people spaz out. I'm not going to spaz out. I'm going to sit there and ask the question, okay, well, you don't want me to quote unquote mention white supremacy. What do you want me to refer to it as then so that it can get dealt with? What replacement term would you like? Oh, we're just not going to deal with any of it at all. Wait a minute. I thought you had a problem with the word. No, you actually have a problem with white supremacy. That's why we need to continue calling it white supremacy. Now, if you want to talk about the issues of black containment that are caused by white supremacy, sure, we can talk about that too. But see, the thing is that that's not the goal of that. The goal of removing the terminology white supremacy is to remove talking about it, dealing with it at all. Next time somebody gives you a hard time about mentioning white supremacy, say, what do you want me to call it? Well, why do we have to talk about it at all? There you go. That's your answer right there.
Et al. Will put up a sign that says "I'm for." They'll put up a multicolored flag on a U.S. embassy, right? That U.S. embassy will be loaded with CIA spooks.
What does this have again? What does this have to do with anything? Seriously.
It'll be pumping weapons to murder people all over the place and overthrow governments. So in reality, it will be one of the most evil spots on earth that's oppressing people, that's murdering people of color more often than not in countries, right? But what they will do is they will use this, oh, we're for the LGBTQ trans community, or we're for Black Lives Matter, or blah, 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 or we oppose white supremacy. That is a head fake. That is political cover. That is to pretend that I'm the good guy. That is to argue that I'm for all these things, these human rights. How about that? You know, I'm for human rights. All these kinds of things they use in their language to cover the devious and evil deeds that they're doing. And unfortunately, a lot of people get confused. Even a lot of people with good meaning, they're like, oh, white supremacy. They're using that, you know, or whatever the case may be, right? And they talk about these things as though Blinken and these people, as though Biden and the neoliberals really are having a discussion about these things. When in fact, they're not having a discussion about these things. They're just using it for cover. In fact, they're using the LGBTQ people, the trans people, the Black people, etc., as human shields, one could argue, and say they're just using this.
Okay, and what you're describing is white supremacy, but you just said not to talk about it. Let me ask you guys a question. Would you guys agree? This sounds like what he said. Okay, that's white supremacy. But earlier, you just said not to talk about it. I agree with Ed. Edwin Magnum says they just want to shut any subject of white supremacy down, and too many of us will go along with that crap just to get along. I agree. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Rhetoric to pretend to be doing good so they can cover the terrible, evil things that they're doing. Okay. But why does Cornel West use this language? Cornel West uses this language.
Right? Cornel West uses the language because he's Black. And because Black people have been victims our entire existence in this country is a result of white supremacy. Our identity is damn near genetically merged with white supremacy. If you're a foundational Black American, for the most part, there's no time when you know in America that wasn't pervasive with white supremacy. If you're a foundational Black American, America is the land and white supremacy is the venom suit over it, the symbiote. That's why he's saying it. Regardless of what degree of a coon you are, there's at some point where it's gonna come out. Look at what happened with the Black conservatives when Ron DeSantis started going after the Black history. It is wired into you. Larry Elder hasn't come out and said it, but he know why he's going after the Republican the RNC. He knows why he's doing it. He's not going to come out and say it so that he can remain relevant, but he knows why he's doing it. He's doing it for the same reason Tim Scott came out and said that shit that he said that I did a stream about earlier today. You have one group of people in this country where their identity is merged with freedom, justice, liberty, and being able to do whatever they want to. And then there's another group of people in this country that have known nothing but persecution, prison, and not being able to do any damn thing in this country. And the United States is what created those polar opposites. And that's the reality of it.
Right. But he's not, or if you listen to him, the truth is, I mean, let's be honest about Cornel West. If you listen to this guy, if you look at his history, you are what your history says you are. He's not a guy that wants.
You are what your history says you are, but you don't want anybody talking about white supremacy. Interesting choice of words. This is what I'm talking about.
Imperial overthrow in the governments, mistreating people, etc. He means well. Whether he does well or not, that's, you can argue that, but he means well. If you look at his history, he really means for Palestinians and people.
So again, why even say anything about black people, right? Again, like I said, there's the issue with the progressives and the prioritization of that whole thing over there over foundational Black Americans, Freeman, ADOS.
All over the world, etc., to get a fair shot. So Jimmy, in hearing,
we don't live all over the world. We live here in the United States. There's people here in the United States that aren't getting a fair shot. Most of them foundational Black Americans. It's not our responsibility to put the cape on for everybody else.
Cornel heard the language, as did we all, of the neoliberals, and the neoliberals use it. It's a false and fake language. Now, he
didn't hear any language of the neoliberals. He heard a black man talking about white supremacy. Period. And I guarantee you that if Jimmy Dore had this conversation with somebody who wasn't Cornel West, he would act the exact same way if he heard white supremacy. Doesn't have anything to do with being a quote-unquote neoliberal or any of that.
What's important to understand, Jimmy's point was valid. His point was valid about how the importance of language. A lot of people know me. They know,
So what? Okay, so there you go, right there. I want you guys to make sure that you understand this. This guy here said Jimmy's point is valid about the language. Now, all of those articles that we read, everything that we talk about over here, just censor all of that. Make it comfortable for somebody like Jimmy Dore, and then maybe he'll entertain it. The fact that you have to try to censor something so that somebody will listen to what you're saying, the conversation's already over.
Robinson Jr. was my mentor for years, and that's something he talked about all the time. Language is important and critical. It's critical how you communicate to people, the terms you use, the phrases you use, how they connect to what you're saying, right? Why they believe you.
If that's the case, then don't you think that there's a reason why certain language is censored? Don't you think that there's a particular reason why people want to attack certain language? If language is as important as you're sitting there saying that it is, don't you think that there's a reason why they're singling out that term white supremacy and saying don't talk about it?
Jimmy Dore understands intuitively that when you use the language of this violent, oppressive, imperialist, colonialist, murderous group, that people will associate you with them. When you use the language of Tony Blinken and Joe Biden, people will hear the language of Tony Blinken and Joe Biden, and they will associate.
So somehow white supremacy has become the language of Joe Biden. This Adoso, who is an American descendant of slave owners, Somehow white supremacy has become his language. The only reason that white supremacy is Joe Biden's language is when he talks like a white supremacist. Like when he says shit about black people, like, I don't know, black people don't have degrees or whatever that stupid ass shit was that he said today. Black people and people that don't have GEDs or something like that. Did y'all hear that stupid ass shit that Joe Biden said today? Or when Joe Biden says something dumb like, you ain't black if you don't vote for me, when he's being a white supremacist? Is that what we're talking about here? Damn, I just seen this crazy ass shit Torian posted in the Discord. Hold on real quick. I want to show y'all this tweet real quick. Kid Gravity and my girlfriend sent me this. Hold on real quick. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. Let's see. Oh shit, where the hell? Hold on real quick. Let's see. Let me see here. Let me see. Where is that shit at? Oh man, I don't know where the hell that shit is. You guys know what I'm talking about though? There's a tweet that's been going around where they say Joe Biden, imagine this, said some stupid shit again. It's like that's a daily thing, right? It's like that's a daily occurrence. Joe Biden saying some dumb shit. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Give me 2 seconds. I appreciate y'all being patient with me. Give me a sec. Hold on real quick. Oh yeah, I got 2 of them that I'm about to show you. Yeah. And my girlfriend sent me this Kamala Harris one too. They just sitting up here talking crazy. Hold on real quick. All right, let me see. Hold on real quick. All right, hold on. Give me a second here. So here goes, let me see. Here goes the Joe Biden one. I'm about to put this up here real quick. All right. Hold on. Yeah. They really trying to help Joe Biden get his thing together. And it's just not gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna happen. They need to stop. All right, listen to this. Listen to this right here.
We not only recovered all the jobs we lost during the pandemic, we've added millions more. We've seen record lows in unemployment, particularly, and I've focused on this my whole career, particularly for African Americans and Hispanic workers and veterans. You know, workers without high school diplomas.
Man, listen, man. I know y'all heard that, right?
We not only recovered all the jobs we lost during the pandemic, we've added millions more. We've seen record lows in unemployment, particularly, and I've focused on this my whole career, particularly for African Americans and Hispanic workers and veterans. You know, workers without high school diplomas, the lowest unemployment rate in 70 years for women now. We not only recovered all the jobs we lost during.
I'm just saying. So there's that. Now we gotta listen to Kamami. Someone smoking with his son is on. His son about to be on probation. His son about to be on probation, bro. Hold on real quick. Because you know they ain't about to send his ass to jail, but he about to be on probation. All right, so let's check out what Kamala Harris dumbass said. Let's listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this.
What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid. That is why
she's sitting up here calling somebody stupid, man. Do y'all see this? She's sitting up there calling somebody stupid.
What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid. That is why we put them in dormitories and they have a resident assistant. They make really bad decisions.
So that means that they just like you then. They're dumb and they make bad decisions. They dumb as hell and make bad decisions. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you show some love. We got a new subscriber over on Twitch. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat for him. Also, if you guys aren't subscribed on Twitch, make sure you guys go over there and check out the channel. Check out the channel on Rumble. Make sure you smash the like button. Just like she did with Willie Brown, right? She's another one that's a chameleon, so to speak. Check that mom's birth certificate. Her mom's birth certificate say white, according to the information that Judge Joe Brown posted. You know what I'm saying?
With him, regardless of what your intents are, that's what people are going to do. That's the reality. If in fact somebody walks up to you and starts speaking Chinese, you're going to associate them with China. You're going to think, well, maybe they're Chinese, maybe they've been to China, maybe they worked in China, maybe they had something to do, but you will associate them with China because they're speaking Chinese. If somebody's speaking whatever, you know what I mean? If they're speaking Russian, you'll associate them with Russia. You're going to say, where did you learn Russian? How did whatever, right? So when Jimmy Dore hears,
oh yeah, Twitch is getting up there. You know what I'm saying? Twitch is getting up there. Rumble is getting up there. Discord is getting up there. We getting up there. We getting up there, and it's because of y'all. So shout out to y'all. I appreciate y'all.
Cornel West saying, using the language that the Bidens and the Blinkens use, he intuitively knows, and he basically says to Cornel, "Look, man, if you use their language, people, everyday schmucks like me and Garland,
not in everyday schmucks. Nope, sorry. If you get upset, you just get upset then. If you're an everyday schmuck and you don't understand that language, why are you, if you don't understand it, instead of asking the question about it, why are you telling people to shut up? Exactly, Edwin. Tell us who's a white supremacist, because we can tell you who they all are.
will tend to associate with these people and you won't have success. I think what he was telling Cornel West didn't get, we'll talk about why. What he was telling Cornel West is, look, I think I like you, Cornel. You know, like me, I like you, Cornel. You're a good guy, man. You got a good heart. We hear you talk about the Palestinians. We hear you say when we see the Iranians and the Russians and the Chinese that we can't.
I mean, what is he ever going to say anything about black people? Improving shit for black people or what? You know what I'm saying?
Can't see bad, evil people. We have to see our precious brothers, right? That's good stuff. That's good stuff for a man to say when we see the Chinese and the Russians and the Iranians and the Venezuelans and blah, blah, blah. We must see our precious brothers. That's the way I see them. It's great. But what Jimmy was trying to get across to him was, look, use the language of an oppressive group. People are going to associate you with that. But why did he use the language?
Shout out to John. John says, man, you know how many old cats I have talked to that call themselves stupid is insane. Something I never will understand. If you say something about yourself enough, you'll believe it. You see how white people talk up themselves all the time? Man, white people gas themselves like wild with shit that's not even true, and they actually believe it. If this is the kind of stuff that, you know what I'm saying, older generation been calling themselves dumb the entire time, you know what I'm saying? I mean, they believe it. You know, they believe themselves. They program themselves to believe that they're stupid.
Why did Jimmy hear? Jimmy speaks the language that I speak, right? Jimmy's father was apparently a police officer. They grew.
Jimmy's father was a police officer. That explains a whole lot. Let me ask you guys a question. Does that explain a whole lot? That, if you guys agree with John, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with John, give me a thumbs down. That explains a whole lot. Run me that family.
Grew up, he had a bunch of kids. They didn't have much, you know, right? They didn't have a lot. Grew up probably, you know, working poor. A cop back then didn't make a lot, and if they had a bunch of kids, it was tough working.
Man, cops make so much money out of the evidence room. Man, listen, man. You serious? You never seen the news reports about the corruption in Los Angeles? You never seen the news reports about the executioners or the banditos or any of these groups in the police? You don't think those kind of groups existed in Chicago? Making deals with Al Capone? Are you serious? The police and the mafia have been allies in New York and Chicago forever. This is an example right here of what people say. I think it was Professor Black Truth or Neely Fuller Jr. that said it. Black people and white people like to play dumb together. This is an example of it. Shout out to Edwin. Edwin says, why is the old cats always trying to give white supremacists an escape route? The only person that can answer those kind of questions is these old cats, bro. I wish I had the answer for you, but I'm not going to be like some people and act like I have all the answers. In many cases, I have information, but if I was to say that I have all the answers, I'd be absolutely wrong. And I'd be absolutely not telling you guys the truth. Man, right. Right. But just peep game. We ain't even peep game.
Being poor, you know, I talk about class, middle class, working class, working poor, right? As you go down. I speak Jimmy's language because I grew up when I was a kid, when I was little, extremely poor. And then as I moved into my teenage years.
When you grew up, there was Jim Crow and anti-black laws. Because you're an older cat. You're probably older than me. You're going to act like if you grew up in the same neighborhood as Jimmy and his family, all would have been good and you would have been allowed to go over there and play and hang out. And when you guys had an 8, you wouldn't have heard anything crazy. Man, there was white kids that went to my elementary school that I went to, and I told you guys about the busing that they had in Northeast Ohio where they were doing all of that. Oh, I'm glad you back, TD. Now we're at the meat. I don't know what you might be doing right now, but put the phone down and watch this part. This next 45 minutes is about to be crucial. The police, organized crime, and politics, immigrant fast tracks to whiteness. I'm going to actually start doing a series of how we're going to show how indentured servitude actually was a fast track for immigrants for whiteness. Since they want to say that indentured servitude and slavery are the same thing, slavery never fast tracked black people into white benefits or any sectors of the white benefit of the white privilege pie. But all those indentured servitude people, you know, the Italians, the Irish, they all got a piece of the white privilege pie. So the end results of indentured servitude are very different than the end results of slavery. The end results of slavery were Emancipation Proclamation and all them damn years into the Civil Rights Movement. That's not what happened to the other people that were indentured servants. So we're going to talk about how indentured servitude was the first buy-in into the American white identity. Because let me ask you guys a question. How many of those indentured servant groups are now considered white? But see, it's never talked about in those terms. So guess what? Like Galvatron said, It pleases me to be the first. Now you guys see why I'm a villain.
Did much better, to the point where I was, probably no problems about it. My mom had a bus company. She was making far more than most people were, So I understand the concept. I grew up learning the language of the extreme poverty. My dad was a longshoreman, right? Long story, my parents weren't together when I was born. My dad ended up in later years marrying my mom. He was a longshoreman, so he made a decent salary. My mom started a bus company. It worked out real good. She made very well, right? So I understand from poverty, extreme abject poverty. I know what it's like to be extremely poor, and I understand the language that you use and the worldview that you have when you're extremely poor.
Yeah, Starscream learned the hard way the difference between a coronation and a bad joke, didn't he?
And I understand the language of the middle class and the upper class. I understand those languages because I've traveled throughout those groups, right? And I understand the frustration of hearing that upper crust language and understanding that working people ain't going to bite that hook, right? And that's what Jimmy was trying to get to Cornel West. But why does Cornel West use that language?
Working people ain't going to bite that hook. I bet you black working people would. And that's not the only piece of bait that he has in his tackle box. And last time I checked, if we're going to use the fishing metaphor, there's different bait for different kind of fish, right? Shout out to my man AB Promotions. What's good with it, bro? Right? You don't just use one kind of bait and one kind of tackle for all the same fish, do you?
Where Cornel West go to school? Yale. Where else? Harvard, Princeton, right? When you see these people, the Jake Sullivans and these people on the people on Wall Street, when we see these people, right, we see monsters. We see neoliberal thieves.
I think when people see Peyton Gendron, they see a monster. I think when people see Ethan Cromley, they see a monster. I think when people see Salvador Ramos, they see a monster. What's that dude last name in Florida? Palmeter? I think when people see Palmeter, they see a monster. But we're just not going to talk about any of them because it'll make Jimmy feel funny. Just saying.
And bastards. That's what we see when we see these people, right? When Cornel West sees them, he sees his classmates. He sees his classmates. He sees his alumni from the.
So now what they're this guy, right? He's so now Cornel West is an elite. You know what I'm saying? Like, because he taught at a college. Now, again, this ain't me caping for Cornel West. We're looking at the bigger picture here. But really, bruh? One thing people can say about Cornel West is that he was on the ground. Cornel West was in the trenches. Cornel West may not bang all the way for B1, but you can't say that he doesn't bang at all. You can't say that. He might not bang the exact same way that we want him to bang, but you can't say that he doesn't bang at all. You can't say that when his gun bangs, a little flag that says bang comes out of it. You can't say that. But if you listen to this dude, that's what he's saying. And that's not true.
The same college that he does. He speaks their language and he doesn't speak a different language. You see, he's not just a member of academia. And I'm not saying
okay, so if that's what we're saying, that there's all these neoliberal Cornel Wests and all that, who are they? Who are these people? Everybody drop some radiation emoji in the chat for Al. Congratulations. He got sound now. That's what's good. Oh, man. Oh, man. Eddie. Eddie said he like a black Chevy Chase. Damn. Like TD said, this is what it looks like on the progressive side. This is what it looks like on the progressive side. Now, let me ask you guys a question. How is this helping anything? This is more derangement of internal politics.
To denigrate Cornel West. As I said, I like it. He's using the language of the, let's just say, the language of the oppressor. And I don't mean oppressor of black people. I mean oppressor of the world, right? The neoliberals. But
why don't you mean the oppressor of black people? It's the same entity that's the oppressor of the world. Those two things are the same thing. Those two things are the same thing in any context that you want to take them in. If we're talking about the South, Dixiecrats, if we're talking about Somberitos, the Netherlands and the boat salesmen, insurers, if we're talking about the EU and all of those countries that create currency based on resources that they steal from Africa, they're all the same people. They call the country that they come from different. They're all the same group of people. Those are the oppressors of the world, and they're oppressing us. Just because you might have a little bit of air to breathe today, you might have a little bit more air to breathe today than you had yesterday, they still hold the valve to where they can turn it off. And if you don't control that valve, you're being oppressed. I don't understand what's so difficult to understand. There's nothing difficult to understand about this, which is one of the reasons why they have to complicate it. If this was difficult to understand, there would be no need to derange internal politics. But the fact that this is actually so simple to understand, it has to become convoluted and complicated to make people confused about it.
But if you live in China all your life, you're going to speak damn Chinese. You lived in Russia all your life, you're going to speak Russian. And if you went to Harvard and Yale and Princeton, you taught at Harvard, you're going to speak Harvardese.
So we're going to go from saying if we live in certain countries, we speak that language, which isn't true because there's places in Russia where they speak Ukrainian and other Slavic languages. And there's places in Russia where they speak Korean and Chinese and other Asian languages because I don't know. I'm pretty sure Russia borders like 12 different countries because it takes up 2 hemispheres because it's a huge landmass. There's people within small places like Iran that speak different languages because they're different cultures, because they've had different cultural experiences, Sunnis and Shiites and such. There's no guarantee that if you're from a country, you speak that country's language. Look at the large amount of people that we have here in the United States. If you're from the United States, you speak English. Not really, not anymore. If you're from the United States, you could possibly speak Spanish. Those old, outdated models don't fly anymore. This is what I'm trying to tell people about. And when old models don't work, what do? You decommission them.
And Jake Sullivan and Blinken and all these other people, Rhodes Scholars, you name it, right? These people speak a particular language with particular words. I would argue that Cornel West is in fact genuine when he says he wants whatever groups, people of color, LGBTQ, whatever, when he says he wants everybody to be treated fairly. I would argue that Cornel West is like me. He does.
I don't know if I would say that Cornel West is like you. Well, let me ask you guys a question. Would you guys say that Cornel West is like him? I think that Cornel West is 50%. I think you're probably more at like the 35% level, more toward the, the wrong side. Cornel West ain't all the way, but he's 50%, bro. You're 35%. Shout out to my man. Yo, that's who it was. Yo, make sure you guys throw some radiation emoji in the chat from my man Quad Man that sent the Cash App. Shout out to Quad Man. Quad Man says, the more I see Dr. West, the more I like him. His politics is extremely nuanced. These leftist extremists are delusional as right-wing extremists. I agree with that. I'm not a Cornel West fan, and you know that, Quad Man, so that's cool. We don't have to, we don't have to go through that because you already know my position on Cornel. But I agree with you 100% as far as these leftist extremists are as delusional as the right-wing ones. I agree with you 100%, bro. And I got some more Cornel West content coming, so we're going to, we're going to get it. Shout out to Amir. What's good with it, bro?
He doesn't want anybody to be treated better or worse. Cornel West wants a world where everybody, this is the way I put it, every human being has the same expectation of rights. Me, I don't have to go name them because that's not the language I speak. I can say I want every human being to have the same expectation of rights. In Harvard, the language that you use is that somebody says, Cornel West language hasn't changed in 30 years. It's not his fault that the Democrats co-opted that same language.
Somebody in his comment section checked him. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody in the comment section checked him. Now watch how he reacts to this.
Man, we have some brilliant people. Iceman Vamp. Let me show that. That's brilliant. Let's talk off of that. Iceman.
So now so now you guys see he said that's brilliant and he agrees, right? So you agree with this. So then why are you sitting there saying everything that you said prior to that?
And gotta tell you, bro, that's brilliant. Yeah, that's not Wim Hof, it's the real Iceman.
Shout out to my man YG LTB1. What's good with it, bro?
Exactly his point. Cornel West has been saying this stuff for the last 30 years. Why? Because he meant it. He wants everybody. Look at his position with the Palestinians. He couldn't get tenure at Harvard because his position with the Palestinians was, hey, they're not getting a fair shot. And he didn't get tenure at Harvard. He had to leave. Just think to have tenure at Harvard, the value of that. Very important, but he had to leave because he wasn't willing to compromise his belief that the Palestinians weren't getting a fair shot. That's who he is. He's a good guy. I'm
not trying to be. Man, I hate to say this. All right, shout out to my man Amir. Amir says, "Am I tripping, or does he sound dead on like Larry Elder?" There's this there's this thing called light skin vocals, right? And no offense, I bet you Star Report would actually admit this. But like if you notice like all of these old like light-skinned dudes, like radio personalities or streamers, like the light-skinned dudes, when they get old, they like all sound, they got this thing where they all kind of sound the same. When Star Report get this age, he gonna sound like that too. I don't know what happened with my voice box. I don't know what happened. Like, I think if you like stuck like one of them scopes down in my throat, it's just like all like black. You know what I'm saying? Like inside my voice box is like minute bold black, but like somehow I got lucky. You know what I'm saying? Like I got the notorious big black dark skin voice. You know what I'm saying? But for most light skinned people, this is how they sound when they get old, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so that's that. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. I agree. If you guys agree with TD, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's why this ninja is that. He knows he's bullet jiving. Facts. That's why he got all excited. Yeah, somebody said it, so I ain't got to say it. Like, bruh, go ahead and don't worry. Your channel was, you know what I'm saying? Like, your channel will stay stuck at 4,000 subscribers like mine if you actually, tell the truth. But it'll be all good, though. You'll get you some people in there that'll get you right. You know what I'm saying?
In him as a human being, because I think he's a good guy. So he was willing to take the hit and sacrifice. But as Iceman Vamp said, the neoliberals they looked and they were like, people are saying that other people are being treated fair, that the little guy ain't getting fair. We'll take that. We'll co-opt that. Then we'll pretend that we're standing for the little guy and human rights. And then we'll utilize that to oppress the whole damn world. It's like, imagine a world where people, a nation where people were so gentle and kind that they never had any animosity towards anyone. And then imagine us attacking that world, that country, and stealing everything they had because they.
I actually agree with that comment, Quad Man. I actually agree with that. Quad Man says what they don't like is that Dr. West must cast a broader net if he is actually running. Facts. That's true. That's absolutely true. We want a boutique president tailored only for our politics, but that isn't reasonable, though it will be nice. Right. It's not feasible. You know what I'm saying? Like, I agree with that 100%. And the thing is that people are being gaslit into the delusion that Killmonger is going to be a viable option to vote for the presidency for the United States. And that's not suitable to the composition of the United States. We just need somebody that's going to put in place. We need people that will guarantee that they'll put in things for us, and they actually put them in and continue at that, you know, over time. We're not going to get Killmonger as our president. I don't care how many people scream on the microphone. I don't care how many people call me a coon for saying that. Keep calling me a coon, and I want to ask y'all, out of the past 50 presidents, the same people been voting, who put Killmonger in office? No, Killmonger will never be the president of the United States unless we completely militarily take this shit over through extra political means. And for the most part, we can't even get people to have a discussion about extra political means. If you talk to, like, we're living in, we could have a candidate Killmonger, right? He's gonna have to go to Iowa on his campaign trail. He's gonna hug some white women. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna say, well, I'm gonna put in, you know, this and that over here in Iowa, and everybody's gonna tear him apart. He ain't even gonna have to worry about not getting voted in. Black people gonna tear him the fuck down simply because he went to Iowa, which is something that's required on his campaign trail. Because in this social media that everybody listens to, people are getting gaslit into believing that Killmonger is gonna be your presidential candidate. If you believe that, if you coonmonger, right? Well, coonmongers exist too. If you believe that, show me the Killmonger who has been the president of the United States. If quid pro quo is what we're voting, as much as people self-diss themselves, right? As much as them pro-black people get up there and like to sound like they're the lead black person, we so dumb, we don't know shit. You know what I'm saying? We just coming into our political consciousness. If we just coming into our political consciousness, allegedly going off of pyramid babble right now, then my question is, what about the people that's always been politically aware? You don't think they're gonna know what to ask our candidate for? And our candidate gonna have to deliver, or else he's not gonna get voted? What kind of delusional artificial reality do people live in? But there's some people that just, they can't handle that. They can't handle that reality. That is reality. That is reality. Jay said pyramid babble. Yeah, the pyramid babbling. You know, anytime, you know, a conversation gets too deep and people start to malfunction and there's nothing else that they can talk about, so then they'll just start attacking you and calling you names, and you know what I'm saying, like that, the ad hominem attacks. Now here go my thing, right? And we actually talked about this in the Discord. When I say pyramid babble, I'm not actually talking about the content of the stuff that what some of those guys talk about, because we were actually talking about Yaqub, and we was talking about a lot of stuff with Islam. And as far as quote unquote pyramid babble goes, pyramid babble has a nasty habit of being substantiated, kind of like 6,000 years ago and shit like that. You know, shit like that. It has a nasty habit of being archaeologically accurate. It's the people who say it. They're the ones that are babbling, not the material itself. Because my question is, what are they doing with it? Nothing. Most times people use that pyramid babble to try to make another black person look bad, or if they don't have the answer for some type of oppression that white people are doing, they'll bring that up to reminisce on a time when that they weren't alive in, that they didn't contribute to, that they think was better. The content of the material itself isn't babble. Comedic science isn't babble. Comedic science, some of the most advanced shit in the world. The people that are on probation, that got to see their probation officer tomorrow, that's trying to make you feel bad about being a black person and shit that you do in your life. Those are the people that pyramid babble. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So just so, you know, just so we clear about that, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't want people to be like, you know, Rob discounting the history and shit. Nah, that's not true. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing that. I'll be the first person to tell you that, you know, a lot of them numbers they run and they come out. You know what I'm saying? It's just that the people that use it, it's the same thing as anything. What are they using it to get us? We ain't got shit. And they're not getting us shit with it. You know what I'm saying?
They never see it coming because they be nice people. That's the way the neocons think, right? So they co-opted. He's walking around saying the stuff that he said. I agree or not, whatever. He said it out from his heart. But the neocons took it and twisted it into we're the good guys when they ain't. But being a guy who's from the same place, he lived in the same, he stayed in the same circles as them. He has the same worldview in some ways. One of the contradictions, so it comes from his.
See, so now his chat trolling him, and he putting the troll comments up here. Remember how we just got on him about the I speak this language comment? So now this person right here said, I lived in the U.S. several decades. I still speak Russian.
Background, it comes from the fact that he's a Harvard and Yale and Princeton guy.
Now, speaking of that language comment, interestingly, being that these people are leftists, the people from the left say that the United States is a country of immigrants. So if the United States is a country of immigrants, if you pick a random sample of people, it's probably likely that you could pick somebody that's not speaking English in America. But again, that's just being overly OCD. But it's, you know what I'm saying? Like when we get to a point and we hammer a point down, we got to completely smash the point. You know what I'm saying?
And Jimmy and I ain't. If you listen to me, people always say, well, Garland, you're speaking in a very simple way that's easy to understand, because that's how I grew up. I grew up around poor people. Even when I wasn't poor anymore, I still had a lot of friends that were poor people.
Exactly. And look at this person right here, Maggie Cobbler. This is a superb and necessary analysis. It's not, he hasn't analyzed anything. This guy hasn't analyzed anything. What has he analyzed? But okay, you know, wait, just wait.
And that's the language of poor people. The language of poor people, we don't have to use a lot of 50-cent words. The language of the working class and the middle class is we just need to understand each other. And so when a lot of my friends, white, black, and what have you, they weren't highly educated people, and it was only important that you understood what the person said. Not
your white friends, though, were educated on the fact that they were white and they had more rights than you did at the time when you grew up. They were educated on that, and that's all they needed to be educated on in the United States. They didn't need to be educated on anything else. You don't need to. How many people are educated now? What is being educated? What is having a high school diploma educated? Is having a bachelor's degree educated? Is having a master's degree educated? What is our minimum threshold for being educated that we're considering, quote unquote, being educated? What are we using as the bar for educated? If we're talking, Cornell West is educated. So now is it a negative to be educated, or is it a positive to be educated? Like, what are you talking about?
That you use some 10-syllable word to impress everybody, right? And Jimmy's similar, and I'm similar. We just say
white supremacy is not a 10-syllable word. Also, white supremacy is something that's literally been around since before 1776 and completely ingrained into the fabric and blueprint of our country. It's one of the oldest principles, one of the oldest ideas in the American identity. If we lived in any kind of country that actually had any kind of ethical compass, everyone would, the same way that the people in Germany have being taught about anti-Semitism as part of their culture to prevent what happened that led to World War II from happening again, anti-Black racism and white supremacy would be taught about thoroughly in the United States to make sure that what happened with the founding of the United States never happens again. But that's not the case. It's not prioritized.
We got to say it. We're easy to understand because we're not using fancy words. We avoid that. Listen to Cornel West, man. Cornel West, again, he speaks like a poet, right? And it sounds beautiful and poetic, but at times it's a little philosophical and deep. And at times, if you listen to Cornel West, you got to have a PhD to kind of grasp what he's.
Really, you got to have a PhD to listen to Cornel West? Really? To listen to listen to and understand Cornel West, you got to have a PhD for real? So now it's a bad thing for a Black man to be articulate. So if Cornel West got up there and talked like me with the swag that I got and the slang that I got, you mean to tell me that people would be accepting of this? What's good, motherfuckers? It's your boy Rob coming back at you with another campaign speech. What's good with y'all? You mean to tell me that would get embraced? That would get embraced? Okay.
Really saying as he references it and makes these literary allusions to Mary Shelley's Frankenstein or whatever the hell, Herman Melville's Moby Dick or one of these other things. Then in academia, it's self-evident. It is axiomatic. It is, you know what I mean? Axiomatic. It is basically obvious. Everybody knows. Everybody's read Melville and Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, of course. But I make an allusion to that. Everybody in my circles will understand that, right? If you listen to Cornel West, some of the discussions that he has, you got to be in academic circles to really grasp the depth of it. They can be deep and really, really enjoyable, but you got to be from those academic circles, or at least have that level of education.
Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys show my man TD Hip Hop Media some love with the $5 super chat. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat. My man says, great stream tonight. Appreciate you, bro.
In order to understand it. So that's what it was. That's for starters. He's not willing. No, let me change this. Jimmy Dore was saying, look, the language you're using, man, you're going to scare the living bloody octopus crap out, whatever that is.
No, he didn't. He said, don't mention white supremacy because it upsets me. And how do you expect white people to feel? That's what he said. Jimmy Dore jumped on Cornel West's use of white supremacy on behalf of white people. What you're talking about didn't occur.
You're going to scare the octopus crap out of the working class and the working poor and the poor. And
why would that scare the crap out of the working class and the working poor? If we're talking about Black people who make up a large portion of those classes that you're talking about, it's not going to scare them. So why do we only have to cater our message towards one particular segment of these classes that you're talking about? I disagree highly. I'm not going to cater any language to make anybody feel more. If I don't cater my language, I don't cater my language on my channel to make my subscribers feel comfortable. And I actually care about my subscribers. Why am I going to cater my language to make somebody that I really don't care about at all feel comfortable? So what I'm supposed to do is when I encounter somebody like Jimmy Dore, I'm supposed to talk to Jimmy Dore with a certain courtesy, more courtesy than I talk to the people that I'm amongst the most with? The reason Jimmy Dore attacked Cornel West for use of the word white supremacy is because Jimmy Dore wants to make the people that he's mostly amongst more comfortable. I'm not doing that. No one should do that. You ought to be ashamed of yourself sitting up here doing that. And you're old enough probably to be somebody's dad.
It frustrated Cornel West because he was like, look, what's wrong with that? This is what I say. This is what I believe in. It's the only language you're asking a man who only speaks Chinese to speak Russian. It ain't happening. And you're going to get frustrated because you're using the wrong language, the language of the oppressor and the neocons and the imperialists, whatever term you want to use for these neocons. And he's going to get frustrated because he doesn't have another language to use. He doesn't have another option. That are like be asking me to speak Cornel Westian, which probably I kind of maybe could, but he couldn't speak this.
Man, this is. I just want you guys to pay attention, man. Like, do you guys see this? This is the kind of stuff that we're gonna have to deal with ahead of the election in 2024. Like, really, bruh?
Maybe I couldn't. I don't know. Now, let's go on. The other thing that I brought up, and I think it is important, is if you look at this simply like, hey, he clashed with Cornel West, that's one thing. But let's take it deeper. This is what nobody else is talking about. Didn't he clash with Marianne Williamson? Jimmy Dore had Marianne Williamson on. That didn't go so well. Had RFK Jr. on. That didn't go so well. Why is that he brought these three?
That didn't go so well? Really? Yo, TD, you still here? He said that the interviews with RFK and the interviews with Marianne Williamson didn't go that well. Let me ask you a question. Did they go anything similar to the interview with Cornel West?
People that were running as outsiders, and every time it didn't go well. Because one of the issues going on here is that the U.S. empire is being exposed by its own contradictions. There are some massive contradictions here.
Okay, and the U.S. empire is white supremacy. The U.S. is a country that was literally built by anti-black slave owners, blueprints, and their slaves that they didn't pay to build it. What are you talking about?
And to expose those contradictions puts you outside of the acceptable range of discussion, outside of the Overton window, right?
So hold on real quick. I want to make sure I go before. Let me see. Hold on. Okay. All right. So let me see. So we're going to go past this here. All right. And then let me see. We're going to. Okay. All right. So we're going to start right now. All right. And I want you guys to let me know how you all feel about what they say here.
If Americans don't feel it, it's hard to tell them that. But inflation numbers are still high. It's leveled off, no doubt, but exact prices are high. But when you look at the choice for president, this is a stark reminder. 47% for Donald Trump, 46% for Joe Biden. Of course, he has to get through a Republican primary contest. He has many, many challenges on his own. No clear leader here, of course. This is within the margin of error. Well, this is a reminder, a deeply divided country, a pessimistic mood hanging over this. So for all that the president has done to try and brand Republicans as MAGA and extremists, we are effectively where we left off the last time, a deeply divided electorate. Again, though, many challenges facing President Biden, and President Biden is trying to make this a choice election, certainly not a referendum on him. But all of these findings certainly show the challenges are steep facing him 14 months from now, the general election.
Very steep.
Welcome to a special morning edition of the Nick and CJ Show. I'm one of your hosts. I'm CJ. What's up, Nick?
Yo, what's poppin', my friends, my family? It's good to be back. Good to be back for Nick and CJ. on a Monday. That's a hilarious clip. And you guys see,
did you see it before now, or this is brand new, fresh? Okay,
nah,
good.
I haven't seen that. I only seen like a few minutes of the.
You know what? What I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna try to fast forward it to the. Let me see. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna try to fast forward it. Yeah, I think that part comes on when this guy. You know what? Nah, actually, okay. I don't. Nah, okay. We got time. All right.
Free debate with Kristen Kyle.
Wow, you coming in fresh.
Yeah, I can't deal with these motherfuckers no more, man. So I'm like, whenever CJ does say,
oh yeah, absolutely, I agree, and I'm so glad you're still here, TD, because I'm telling you, it's coming, it's coming. See, that's how you do. You gotta tell people that something's coming, and then keep them watching as long as you possibly can, and then at the very end, the 15 seconds of what it is that you told them you was gonna start the video out with. After you had him sit there for 4 hours, then it finally comes. You know what I'm saying? TD says he's lying. Jimmy handled RFK Jr. with kid gloves. Yeah, I agree. If you guys agree with TD, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
I'm like, all right, we can break it down then. But I can't do it. So, but you listen how this guy mentioned how Biden has a messaging problem. It's not the message. Like, what can Biden say? What word jiu-jitsu can you come up with to trick people into thinking they're doing better than they actually are? You know what I mean?
You know what he's saying? What he's admitting, Nick, is that they're saying that we're not going to do anything. We just need to keep hammering the same exact thing because, Nick, believe it or not, some people, it will help because all propaganda is repetition. That's why you turn on cable news shows, every single hour, they're covering the same stories with the same talking points, just a different host. So it's laughable, Nick, but do you think this is going to cause the Democrats to change course? Do you think, I mean, it isn't a democracy, right? And your constituents are saying 66 out of 10 are saying, oh, we don't want this guy. Do you think they're going to keep him or you think they're going to say, fuck you guys, vote or not?
There's these polls where Democrats say we don't want Joe Biden to be the new nominee. And the response of the establishment is, oh, you sweet summer child. You think we care what you want? You think, what's popping, Nico? I see Nico in the chat as well. He likes to
what's up?
I saw you as well. Nico, let me know if you want to join. I know it's last second, but it'll be great to have you on. Nico just did a great he had a great interview with Dr. West as well. They discussed the Jimmy interview. I think he's having Jimmy on this week, if I remember right. But anyway, big shout out to the fam, Nico House.
All right, so I want you guys to pay attention. This person right here, Nico House, he's gonna have Jimmy Dore on his show. All right, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, make sure you guys smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, make sure you guys hit the bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right, now some of what they're saying here, I agree with. Right, I agree with what he's saying about the Democrats are trying to get people to believe something that's not going on, and they're not planning on making many changes. I agree with that, right? I agree with that.
As well, but this is the point I'm making in the clip. Like, you're not gonna gaslight people into thinking the economy is doing well. And what Crystal and Kyle is doing, you're gonna see this throughout the debate with Brown Joy Gray. If they mention all this fucking insignificant garbage. Oh shit, let's go, Nico. Let's go, Nico. I'm trying to watch Twitter. I'm gonna send you the link, Nico. You can join whenever you can. It'll be great to have Nico back on. But my argument, and you guys see that Crystal and Kyle do not have your best interest at heart. If people list all these random neoliberal means-tested bullshit that Biden did, they mention unions on this bullshit, let these people know that unless your life have changed, unless your material needs have gotten better, you owe nobody your support. I don't give a fuck what list you point out.
And I agree with that too. If you can't show a significant tangible change in your life, you don't owe anybody your support. I agree with that.
We did this. Did your life get better or not? If it did not, you don't owe anyone your support.
Yeah.
And if you think that's too harsh, then maybe start with the means-tested bullshit. How about we have some institutional reform that will actually change people's life? This idea that we supposed to like, oh man, according to statistics, the GDP is up. I know I'm struggling, but since GDP is up, I guess I'll vote for Biden. Fuck that.
That's literally what they think. That's literally
what they think. That matters. But sorry, CJ, go ahead. I know you want to go.
I'm just laughing because that shit is so hilarious. You don't know how many times I thought of that very point at my own house by myself, and I just start cracking up because that shit is so freaking ridiculous. I'm gonna love when Nico gets here. But back to the clip. I mean, we're talking about it anyway, but back to the clip. Nick, one thing. Do you know most channels didn't cover that shit? Most of them didn't cover. CNN had to cover it. It's their poll. You know what I'm saying? They had to cover it. It was one-day coverage. You know who did not cover each point of this poll? Morning Joe decided not to cover it. Joyanne Reed did not cover it. Who else? The girl Alex Wagner. None of them have covered this poll at all. Nicole Wallace. You can just keep naming them.
Dude, they began failing report cards left and right. CJ,
Yeah.
their report cards have been horrible. There was another poll that showed the vast majority of Americans, especially independents, believe that the Trump allegations is a political scam. like when they force to read these polls on air, it's so uncomfortable, and that's why they push for censorship and dismantling the First Amendment. The biggest criticism that AOC has, for example, of Facebook is that Facebook don't censor more. Like the ruling class is upset because they're losing the narrative war, and that's why you had the Biden administration.
So okay, again with the class talk, right? So who is the rule? I need you guys to tell me this in the comment section. Who is the rule? Who is the quote unquote ruling class? What is this ruling class that we're talking about? So now let me ask you guys a question. Should a dog be called a dog? So now here's my question for everybody. If you guys agree that a dog should be called a dog, then I need you guys to help me out in the comment section. We're going to start naming off that ruling class. We can start with all of those people that got rich during C-19, right? My question is, out of all of those billionaires that got rich during the C-19, Guardian came out with an article that showed it. The elites, out of those individuals, tell me the ones who were black and also tell me the ones who were FBA here in the United States.
That was caught illegally coordinating with social media companies. They were found by the Supreme Court. They were caught illegally coordinating with social media companies to censor dissident voices on the Ukraine war, for example. On COVID-19 and mandate, for example. Be careful, YouTube. We just said
We just said the word.
We just said the word, YouTube. But that's why they crack down dissent, because they're losing the narrative war. They're losing the messaging war. And that's why whenever they got reporting these polls, that's the one time they are forced to step out of their neoliberal liberal bubble. And it's Joe Rogan's fault. You know what I mean? It's our
and it's another thing that's kind of, to me, that's compounding this is that actually it's shown in this poll, because they actually asked him about his age, and I'm understand age is a pseudonym for his mental health. Instead of saying how he clearly has dementia, they're using the word age to sort of substitute for that. And the reason that fails is because when you compare it to Trump, only 3 years younger, Nick, he literally has 20 points or less, 20 points more less. So Biden is like in the 70 percentile. As far as age, like I got to concern.
I saw the poll.
And then Trump is like in the 50s or
and you saw morning Joe coverage of this. They were like, how can Americans be so dumb? They say they are upset about Biden's age, but Trump is only 3-4 years younger. Fam. There was a Trump rally the other day where this motherfucker gave a 1 hour speech, and then there was like a 20-minute segment of it where he went straight off teleprompter. And CJ, the only reason I know this because the liberal media was reporting on it, and they were using it to talk about how unhinged Trump was. They're like, hey, here Trump off the cut for 15-20 minutes. He tossed a teleprompter. Trump is so crazy. But can you guys imagine Biden speaking for 2 minutes without a teleprompter? Trump gave an hour speech, and like a third of it was him just riffing. So the concern is not age, as you said, CJ. It's mental acuity. It's how sharp you are. So that's why they use age as a way to filibuster that primary concern. But I will also say, and we mentioned this many times in RBN, you guys realize the age criticism is the best thing to happen to Biden.
Excuse me. And I agree that one of the reasons why they try to put the focus on the age criticism is to take away from the mental acuity focus of President Biden. So I don't disagree with a lot of what they're saying so far. What do you guys think? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
The best possible thing that could happen to Biden is Americans being concerned about his age. Why do you think CNN covered it all the time? Why do you think MSNBC covered it all the time? The number one thing they want is for people to think that the number one criticism of Joe Biden is his age. That's why they go to it. Look at these ages, Gen Z, millennial, boom. Look at these people that are just ages against the boomers. You guys know it's all about age war. But I told you guys many times, that's the least of our concern regarding Joe Biden. And I'll put this list together. I told you, CJ, I was going to update this list here soon.
Yeah.
Because when we talk about Joe Biden, and this is a mini segment, when we talk about Joe Biden, we talk about how the evils of Biden. Like, you lose track of it. Like you lose track of it. And I think it's important to go through this before the Crystal and Cal debate with Brown and Joy Gray. You can see how ridiculous it is for anyone who considers themselves to be part of the Bernie Sanders left to apologize for this guy. So if you guys be patient with me, I'm gonna lead out this list. I typed this list. I woke up early like I always do. I'm a grandpa. I always wake up early. So I was twisting, turning my bed. I was seeing the debate a lot of the Bernie Sanders Democrat left were having with the real radical third party revolutionary left. And they was talking about fucking nonsense when it comes to voting for Joe Biden. What happened to being an advocate of human rights? What happened to?
All right, so again, I want you guys to see what their primary concern is, the human rights advocacy. Okay, and real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please make sure you guys take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment and hit that bell. And also, please make sure you guys share the stream to your social media.
To being an advocate for peace. So you bring up all, and this is what Crystal and Cal did all the time, a little bit spoiler. From the little bit I saw, they will bring, well, do you know Joe Biden did this? Cal was like, why don't you guys give Biden enough credit? What Biden did is completely irrelevant. The bills he passed has been completely irrelevant because this is the evil as human rights advocates that we should fight against. Crystal and Cal, Bernie Sanders, AOC, Ilhan Omar, the entire Bernie media industrial complex, they are weak on corruption. Can you guys repeat after me? Because I've been seeing a lot of people go back and forth with these people. That's all you have to say. Crystal, Cal, Bree, this is what you should say to these people. You guys are weak on corruption. At what point do we accept corruption as an acceptable flawed trait? Cal and Crystal like, yeah, you guys got some issues with Biden. Yeah, you guys are a little bit concerned about corruption. No, that's the fucking thing. So I would say, like, hey, I understand that you're weak on corruption, but I care about corruption. I know that, Cal, you're weak on war crimes. You're weak on imperialism, but I care. I really want you guys to adopt that term. Because I have, and that it freaks them out because you calling them out on their lack of moral consistency, right? So I see you, Nico. I'm gonna bring you in here after this. I would love to get your take on this. But I'm gonna read this out. This is the reasons why you don't vote for Joe Biden. He's a Nord Stream pipeline bomber, the biggest eco-terrorist in human history. And I'm gonna go through each one of these fast. Proved that the Willow Project, broke the rail strike, gave federal contract to union busters, sent COVID-19 relief to the police, funded ICE to record levels, $6 billion more than Trump. You guys know RB is like the only channel that reports on that, by the way. Illegally pressuring social media companies to crack down on free speech, fighting proxy war with Russia by sending weapons to Nazis in Ukraine, stealing billions from Afghanistan, starving their people. We're gonna get to that soon because you guys see that Cal loves to give Biden credit for Afghanistan. So hold that thought. Absolutely unhinged China policy. It's CJ. I typed absolutely unhinged China policy because I didn't know how to describe it. And like,
it's so much.
There's so much to say on China. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna say he's unhinged. You guys get it. But you can literally make like 10 bullet points out of this one alone. But I didn't want to pad the list. I'm like, all right, let's keep it simple. Let's move on. Send weapons to Taiwan. Sent nuclear submarines to Australia. I want to add, he also sent nuclear submarines to South Korea. Big shout out to Didi, my friend. I didn't know that until she said that to me. Like, he did this too. I'm like, what? How did I miss that? But that's another thing that I'm going to start mentioning. He sent nuclear submarines to South Korea.
All right, what I'm going to try to do, I'm going to try to speed it up because, let me see. Hold on. I want to see something. Okay, so when his friend comes in, this third person at the bottom here, and real quick, make sure you guys show some love. We got another subscriber over there on Twitch. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat for them. When this third person comes in, this is when they start talking about Jimmy Dore and his interview with Cornel West. And I can't remember exactly which part it was, but we'll get there, I think. Let me see. And I think the reason why I chose that thumbnail is because when that part comes up, that's when they start talking about it. But I don't want to miss it. So if this is taking a while, I apologize. But it's here eventually. Somebody make sure they timestamp it in the comment section if y'all here and y'all get to it.
Try and kill Julian Assange, bomb Somalia, cut SNAP benefits, and hire Victoria Nuland. But according to Cal and Crystal, we had some disagreements. Just a little bit.
What's up, Nico?
What's poppin', Nico?
What's good, man? Y'all was going in. I almost didn't want to stop you. That list is crazy though. That list is crazy because like when you're listening to Biden, shit, Kyle, and
you said it right. You said it right. You said it right.
That boy had Biden's nuts in his mouth so much lately. He's literally starting to become him, like his mind. But like when you read that list and you go back and listen to that debate, you're like, bro, how the fuck? How are we even having this conversation?
Yeah,
like Bree's patience, which clearly is wearing thin with him, was like, I wouldn't even be able to have that conversation seriously. Like because of everything you just named and the fact that I know and you know that Kyle and Crystal know that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because they try to make an excuse every time something in that list occurred. So we know they know that, right? Even just talking about, because for some reason, all of a sudden, there's this weird focus on unions, like, and they ignore the railroad strike situation on a few accounts. Not just that Biden signed to basically block the they didn't get their sick days. He signed it, but Democrats across the board voted for it. Voted for the bill to block the union strike. So it isn't just a Biden issue, because they are, but Democrats are 100 times better than Republicans. Like where? And I know that they pointed some. I know Ryan Grimm pointed in an instance like, oh, what about this very specific situation in Minnesota? And then Bree answered correctly. We didn't vote for the Democrats in Minnesota. What the hell does that have to do with on the federal level? People are like, you're not dumb. We're not dumb, bro. When we're having these conversations, we know that you have to compartmentalize local politics and national politics.
Let me see. So I'm gonna try to speed it up a little bit. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Let me see.
You know what I mean? I'm not here to do that. So, Nick, I'm sorry, I want to round when you win. What's your thought?
So my initial thoughts were, I was like, so I took a little hiatus from Twitter for a year or so before I came back several months ago, and I was a little bit confused by the extreme reaction in one way or another, right? Because I was there. I remember Peter Douche, as it were, right? I remember who he was during the 2016.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I think this is it right here. Hold on. I think that this is it. Hold on. Okay, yeah. I think this is it. This is when they start talking about Cornel West.
Are impacted one way or the other. What it seems like to me is y'all picked a side because this side was the lucrative side. This is the side where you're getting donations from, you're getting investments from, and you're working backwards from your conclusion because you don't want to end up in the same boat as TYT. In fact, you can tell they're clearly trying to usurp TYT. Like that's what they're trying to do by adding Ryan Grimm or whatever.
Yeah.
But like at the end of the day, Dr. West.
Shout out to my man Grease. What's good with it, bro?
His campaign, libertarian campaign, whatever, that ain't got shit to do with the movement, right? Like it's like what you said. The fact that Bernie and AOC and the squad and anybody who considers himself to be progressive, they got all this power, and Bernie specifically has significant influence with his seat in the Senate. Like this man has one of the most powerful. He had one of the most powerful positions in the Senate when that was seemingly his compromise, and he didn't do anything with it. In fact, he kept telling us basically that we should ignore everything that's happening. That's basically what has been taking place. Is Bernie keeps pointing over here instead of pointing at the Democrats. So
now here go my thing, right? He's talking about Bernie deflecting and not dealing with stuff that's going on. But then when Cornel West mentions something that's actually going on, which is white supremacy, we're not supposed to talk about that.
Time Biden and Democrats fuck up. Like that's what pissed me off. And because they know, they've already made it very clear, AOC, the squad, Bernie, and the like, they've made it very clear that they're not going to try to hold them accountable. Then it's very easy for me to keep moving right. Why would I not if I'm a neoliberal?
Absolutely. This is the same argument.
The Democratic Leadership Council came together in the late 80s and early 90s. That was the strategy, is we have to be more conservative than the Conservative Party, but pretend like we're being more liberal. That's literally what the Democratic Leadership Council was based off, because they kept getting their asses handed to them. But like at the end of the day, what it really was is y'all kept getting your asses handed to you because you were lying. You were promising things and lying. And then they got the Democratic Leadership Council put together, which, by the way, we haven't had a president that hasn't had a VP or the president as part of the Democratic Leadership Council since the Democratic Leadership Council was created. Literally, like as far as Democrats are concerned, we've never had a Democrat win the presidency that wasn't a part of the Democratic Leadership Council.
Yeah, people think this is a democracy.
All right, so we're gonna dive into it and get the video up. But before we do that, I do want to take just 10 minutes just to explain what's happening with Cornel, because it's not a segment really at all. It's just an announcement of what he did, what's going on, and then we can give our take and move on to because the Bree interview is gonna take a while, Nick. Nick, I'm trying to tell you, man, you are not prepared, sir.
Dude, I watched literally 2 minutes of it. I watched a 2-minute clip. I'm like, nah, I know we probably gonna cover it. I watched it. I can't do it. Yeah. I can't watch it twice. I can only watch it once, and I'm gonna watch it when we cover it. And I think people are. I can't. Yeah. I do think it's important to expose these people, to debunk the argument, and also equip you guys with the knowledge of how to debunk these arguments. So it's not just so much like Crystal and Kyle, but I think these segments are important. So if you run into a Crystal and Kyle in the wild, you know how to debunk their bullshit argument. So I do think it's important.
Oh no, wow, Crystal.
So now look, all right, now here go my thing, right? Now he's talking about debunking the argument of a quote unquote Crystal and Kyle in the wild, right? But my question is Jimmy Dore a Crystal and Kyle in the wild? If you guys think that he is, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't think that he is, then give me a thumbs down. Let me know what y'all think.
Kyle.
Crystal and Kyle Jr. Some people call him a vanguard. It depends on what you're. Go ahead,
All right. I'm just gonna read this. We can start here, Aaron, with the segment. So Cornel West picks Peter Dow to be his campaign manager. I'll read the tweet. And
let's talk about Cornel West picking Peter Dow. If you ask me, that right there solidifies the fact that Cornel West will definitely ultimately flip into a complete and 100% Democrat, like we said that he would in the beginning. And my thing is, why would you pick somebody like Peter Dow? This dude, for one, is a failure. For two, he's a past Obama and Hillary Clinton associate. Like, worst possible choice ever. Why would you pick that individual? How many people are familiar with Peter Dow? I'm gonna do a separate stream on Peter Dow. If I got time, I'll probably do that stream by the end of the week. But why would Cornel West pick, if Cornel West allegedly, as he wants to say he is doing this whole third party run, and he's fed up with both parties and this, that, and other? Why would you pick somebody that's so deeply entrenched in the Democrats? So now what I think is interesting, right? It is almost like Cornel West is sabotaging himself, not in the way that Jimmy Dore tried to say that he was sabotaging himself, but Cornel West just opened up a can of worms for everybody to just be like, see, Jimmy was right. See, Jimmy was right. And completely skip over the anti-black shit that Jimmy Dore was doing. Like, it's almost like, Cornel, you don't have any situational awareness, bro. But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Cornel West is the one that chose to go on those kind of platforms and ignore platforms like Kid Gravity, TD Hip Hop Media, Tory and Rain. So, I mean, when you do that kind of thing, that's what you get. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, before I get into the suspicious part of this, I am so very blessed to have my dear brother Peter Dow as my campaign manager. I welcome him to our campaign and movement. We will work together for truth and justice. And then it just goes into just the same thing, welcome in, and some news clippings and all of that. And needless to say, there's been good and bad reaction to this. It's about at 2,500 likes right now, but I'm telling you, when you look through here, there's about half that's good, there's about half that's not so good. And I do want to start with mine, my reaction to this, and this is my reaction. I'm officially out of the Cornel West camp, because to me, this is a bridge too far. This would be like hiring a former fossil fuel CEO to.
So there you go. So now here go my question. Is anybody surprised by that? If you guys are surprised by that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys are not surprised by that, give me a thumbs down.
Lead a climate change initiative, not doing it. I don't care how much rebranding. I'm a different person. That's fine that you're different. That does not mean you should be leading anything at all. It's fine that you're different. So for me, I'm out of the camp. That means campaign. That doesn't mean I'm not part of sort of building a movement. I'm part of the movement. But as far as who I'm voting for, who I should say you be voting for, is I can't, with good conscience, say, hey, go do this with Cornel West when I can see this person like with power. It's not like he's just in the background. A person with power, I can't do that. So for me, I'm gonna be supporting the socialist candidate. But again, this is just the candidacy I'm not supporting. If there's any sort of movement that evolves from this after November 2024, when the campaign manager is not.
So now I want you guys to pay attention, right? When it comes to Jimmy Dore and when it comes to Revolutionary Blackout, we called that Cornel West would do this and be a part of these type of people and ultimately eventually flip Democrat. We called that long time ago. They were riding with him up until all of this. They should have been able to figure that out long before now, if you ask me. If you guys agree that they should have figured that out long before now, give me a thumbs up. If they shouldn't have, give me a thumbs down. We figured this out way before he announced this Peter Dow as his campaign manager. So my question is, why didn't any of these other people?
Not a thing. then of course I will be there right in the movement. I will be right there starting and continuing this movement. But as far as campaigning or anything like that, there's just no way. This is akin to Nick Brana to me. And then I'll let both of you, if you want to chime in, and then I have just one thing to show before we can move on. If either of you wanted to just and I don't want what I have to say to color anybody in the audience, anybody. Like you do like
hell no, they just tweet that out so y'all cannot respond.
Yeah.
Just with my massive influence, I'm just gonna put this tweet out. And if I do it, do what you will.
Yeah, it's at 900. Now I gotta say, I didn't think it would be at 900. I thought that I was in the minority. I thought I was in the minority.
Yeah, CJ, what that said, that's to the point I have, right? Because Dr. Palmer was
yeah, she sure did, TD, and I'm. Man, that's a whole man. We're gonna get there because remember, all these guys really support Jill Stein and all that, right? If you ask me, this is kind of just a little wiggle room tactic to where they can keep that bridge open with Jimmy Dore. If you ask me, you know what I'm saying?
In a Jimmy interview, talking about how he like. No one advised me. This is my opinion, and
yeah, he did just say that. Actually,
he said what?
He did say that during.
Okay, yeah. So he said no one advised me. I'm doing my own thing. In that same interview, Dr. Cornel West rebuked me 2 times on the issue I believe he's 100% wrong. We talked to him multiple times. We explained our minds on lesser to evilism. Still rebuked us. So I am imploring Dr. Cornel West to take ego out of this because you need to start listening to some advice. If you guys think what CJ said is too harsh, I trust and believe.
So there you go. I think that this is all interesting, right? So let's just listen to a little bit more.
Me, if you look at that thread, if you look at the reaction on Twitter, CJ is far from the minority. So if your goal is to grow a movement, your goal is to grow a campaign, why would you make a move that is so controversial like hiring Peter Dow?
Now here's my thing. I don't disagree with him about the Peter Dow move, right? But what else though? What I would be curious about with what Nick is saying is what else do you feel that okay? So I agree with Nick on the Peter Dow being a bad decision. What else do you think is a bad decision? I want to know the stance on the white supremacy thing. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. What's good with it, bro? That's what I'm curious about.
Peter Dow, we follow each other. We've been friendly to each other.
Yeah, we follow each other.
I believe in redemption in a way because I'm an abolitionist. So there's a core of me that believe in redemption. But with that said, your point is fantastic. Just because.
So he said that he said that he believes in redemption because he's an abolitionist. I just want y'all to pay attention to the language. Remember in the beginning of this video, it talked about how important language is. So let's pay attention to the language.
Because you've been redeemed, and I don't have this rabid hatred of Peter Dow because I wasn't on Twitter before. Like he had like these notorious Twitter stories. So I didn't experience that. The only Peter Dow I know is the Peter Dow that's where he changed. I'm like, okay, I believe in redemption, blah, blah, blah. But there's a difference between that and putting that guy as one of the leaders of the movement. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
And that's why I wish like Dr. Cornel West could like advise, put your ego aside and ask for advice. There are people saying, Nick, you think you're upset because Dr. Cornel West didn't listen to you because he don't agree with you? Yes, we have the right. We have that right. I have the right to have an opinion and be upset if you don't agree with that opinion, especially if you're someone who claim to represent us. So this is why I argue for a leaderless movement. Because if you have a movement that is so centered around a leader,
this is why I argue for a leaderless movement. Now, here go my question. Where have we heard that from before? This is just very interesting and coincidental. You know what I'm saying?
So there's a core of me that believe in redemption. But with that said, your point is fantastic. Just because you've been redeemed, and I don't have this rabid hatred of Peter Dow because I wasn't on Twitter before. Like he had like these notorious Twitter stories. So I didn't experience that. The only Peter Dow I know is the Peter Dow that's where he changed. So I'm like, okay, I believe in redemption, blah, blah, blah. But there's a difference between that and putting that guy as one of the leaders of the movement. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
And that's why I wish like Dr. Cornel West could like advise, put your ego aside and ask for advice. There are people saying, Nick, you think you're upset because Dr. Cornel West didn't listen to you because he don't agree with you? Yes, We have the right. We have that right. I have the right to have an opinion and be upset if you don't agree with that opinion, especially if you're someone who's represented. So this
is right. Yeah, that's exactly it. Quote unquote, the code is the leader. So that's just very, 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 very interesting. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carla. What's good with it, Carla? The tangled webs we weave, huh?
This is why I argue for a leaderless movement. Because if you have a movement that's so centered around a leader, the whole movement collapses and the leader have a lapse of judgment.
Or if the leader happens to get deleted, like what white supremacy that we're not allowed to talk about does to many leaders that are celebrated amongst our peers. But remember, we're not supposed to talk about white supremacy. We're not allowed to talk about it because it makes Jimmy feel weird. He doesn't know what it means. What are white people supposed to think if we talk about white supremacy? So that's interesting. But anyway, we'll continue. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please make sure you guys take a moment, smash the like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, make sure that you guys hit the bell and please share the stream to your social media.
So I've been very upset, been very heartbroken, honestly, guys, the last few days, seeing electoral politics destroy this movement, because I don't even take electoral politics that serious in the first place, in general. But it's been heartbreaking to see just one guy make missteps and then all of a sudden a third-party movement destroyed. That's the problem with having a movement that's centered on the leader. And I'll pass you, Nico. I know you want to chime in, but that's what I said a long time ago. Like, I remember, see that what we said when we first covered Dr. Cornel West. I'm not endorsing nobody. I'm not. There's no benefit in advance to me to do that. If whether I support you or not is one thing or another. But whether Dr. Cornel West is still on the ballot or not in November, nothing changes for me. Like, I have a goal of growing a Kansas City mutual aid organization, and I'm like stressed, like, how the fuck I'm gonna pull that off? You know what I mean? So nothing changes for me, and I want you guys to understand that nothing should change for you, no matter what happens with Dr. Cornel West. I view that the Green Party and the Dr. Cornel West candidacy as a vehicle for the change in this movement, right? So no matter what happens, no matter what disappointment you guys have, like CJ said, we all should be working towards building a movement. But that's why it's also on Dr. Cornel West to not alienate people by having someone like Peter Dow as leadership. And that's something that could be easily solved if he just advised literally anybody. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a mark forward, and you guys gonna say what I say. I don't care if you guys got criticism. And that's how it felt to me, especially when we had him on 3 times. I explained in very logical fashion 3 times. Sabby explained to him very logically recently ago. Then he go on Jimmy and make a fucking ass of himself because he didn't want to listen to our argument.
That's that Harvard degree speaking. That's that Harvard. I got.
So he went on Jimmy Dore and made an ass of himself. That's interesting. Again, like I said, I'm in spectator mode now. I'm watching this with y'all again. You know what I'm saying?
How the fuck I'm gonna pull that off? You know what I mean? So nothing changes for me, and I want you guys to understand that nothing should change for you, no matter what happens with Dr. Cornel West. I view that the Green Party and the Dr. Cornel West candidacy as a vehicle for the change in this movement, right? So no matter what happens, no matter what disappointment you guys have, like CJ said, we all should be working towards building a movement. But that's why it's also on Dr. Cornel West to not alienate people by having someone like Peter Dow as leadership. And that's something that could be easily solved.
Not alienating people by thinking that there's any reason to address white supremacy. Because God knows that when you simply discuss white supremacy, you alienate everybody except FBA. Let's just keep listening. Now, I thought it was interesting when we talked about that brick lady video, that little part where Sabby Sabs was like, when she was reading that tweet, and she said, okay, I understand what they're saying, but you understand what they're saying, but what is, you didn't want to elaborate on it any further. And I agree, Greets, that he did look bad in the Jimmy interview, right? I don't disagree with that. And I don't disagree that West doesn't care about black people, right? My biggest issue, which is what most of the people in the comment section about the video that I did that have the issue with me about, My issue is Jimmy's allergic reaction to the words white supremacy and why nobody's supposed to talk about it. Now, the thing is that I don't think that Cornel West is going to run an effective campaign to do anything about anything, including white supremacy. However, I think it's interesting that if Jimmy Dore is supposed to be quote unquote our quote unquote ally, quote unquote progressive, quote unquote ally, and all this shit, why do you have an issue with people discussing white supremacy? And if you don't want to discuss white supremacy, what term do you want to use in substitute of white supremacy? And how are you going to specifically address how that phenomenon, system, and group of things affects Black people within these quote unquote classes that you're talking about? And the thing is that that's not what he wants to do. Would you guys agree? So the problem with this is that most Americans want you to shut up about white supremacy like Jimmy Dore. And if most white Americans want you to shut up about it like Jimmy Dore, we're never going to get to a conversation about cut the check, because it's the hell with the even discussing white supremacy. Now, here go my thing. See, the way that Jimmy Dore feels about him not saying that Joe Biden is a fascist, racism is a form of fascism. Fascist is a leftist-friendly word to not offend leftist white people about actually being called racism, about being called racist. But racism develops out of fascism, right? So now here's my question. Jimmy Dore kept bringing up Black businesses and all that. Why is he not offended that Cornel West didn't call Joe Biden a racist? Because Joe Biden is a racist, and we call him that over here. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Lloyd Scott 9. What's good with it, bro? My thing is that I've already addressed Cornel West and how I feel about Cornel West. And what I'm doing is showing Jimmy Dore being no different than the regular white media. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, and here goes my question for you, Grease. If you feel that Cornel West, quote unquote, sold us out by saying that, by not saying that Biden is a racist, how do you feel about Jimmy Dore being so offended by quote unquote mention of the word white supremacy and saying that he doesn't even understand what it is? That's my question. One thing that I don't think that I've seen Cornel West do, I haven't seen Cornel West go and shout down people who are trying to talk about white supremacy. I haven't really seen that. Now, I have seen Jimmy Dore get upset about that. Jimmy Dore was highly triggered that people called Vivek Ramaswamy a white supremacist. Nobody was upset. Was anybody had any issues with that? No, I mean, I'm serious. I want to know how you feel about it. I want to know how you feel about Jimmy Dore being allergic to simply the word white supremacy. And I want to know if you feel that that's worse than Cornel West not calling Joe Biden a racist. or a fascist or whatever the choice term might have been. I want to know how you feel about it. Now, my question is, Jimmy Dore was caping for Vivek Ramaswamy being called a white supremacist. I didn't really hear too many people say too much about that. And I gotta agree with Two Factor. Two Factor said all woods break out in hives when confronted by their WS behavior and culture. Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, I get that, Greets, and I'm not a Biden fan either. I'm not a Biden fan either, but at the same time, another thing that I can't stand is Jimmy Dore being like Biden, acting like he doesn't understand white supremacy. They're both on the same side of the political spectrum, and they both play the same game. Jimmy's upset about Dems. I'm upset about white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, so here go my question. How come Jimmy never talks about the Democrats in terms of white supremacy? If he's really upset about the Dems and he doesn't understand white supremacy, he could do a video about Wilmington, North Carolina, because that was Dems and that was white supremacy, right? Shout out to my man Black Free Thinker with the $5 super chat. Make sure you guys throw some radiation emoji in the chat for my man Black Free Thinker. He says, but these leftists can call someone a homophobe or a transphobe, huh? So then their movement is screwed. Villainy is the way. I agree. 110%. And I agree, Edwin. If you also, Edwin, I don't know if you've seen Jimmy Dore caping for Vivek Ramaswamy, but check that out too. Because Jimmy Dore, his big thing is, well, I just don't understand what people expect white people to feel. I don't have any expectation for anything except for look at the facts. And now here's the thing, right? Again, like I keep asking, if people like Jimmy Dore don't want these things getting talked about, everybody keeps hashtagging cut the check. Who do you think we got to talk to or go through, since people still want to talk? Because remember, I'm extra political means, but everybody else wants to talk. Who are we talking to, and what are we talking about? If we're not allowed to talk about white supremacy, then we're just beating on our chest, running around saying cut the check, and we're not talking about what the check is getting cut for. I agree with you, Greets, but here's my question. Do you feel that negligence to the situation and not actually attending to the things that need to be attended to contributed to some of that 50 years of voting? Because who put guns to anybody's head for 50 years and made them vote for Dems? We used to get shouted down back in the day by the very people that are hashtagging all of this shit, saying that we were coons when we didn't fuck with these people. You know what I'm saying? And now everybody's switching sides and switching ships. Here's my question. Do you hate the people that have been voting for the Dems? Because I'm not really fond of them either. You know what I'm saying? I'm not fond of the people that put the Dems in office. They now it's arguable, right? In 2020, what went on, right? But aside from every year from 2020, right? They didn't just put themselves in office. They were put in office, and they were put in office by their largest support block of voters. Who was their largest support block of voters? Now, when you take here's the difference, right? They took the United States. They took us from Africa, right? Did they take our votes? It was a long time we wasn't even allowed to vote. And then as soon as we become allowed to vote, for some reason, people vote against their interests. So now my question is, when does that part get addressed? Because if you ask me, listening to somebody like Jimmy Dore and not listening to somebody like Malcolm X is how you find yourself voting against your own interests for 50 years. And then turn around and saying, well, I hate this person because they bought all this shit with this money I kept giving them, and they didn't buy me shit because I got swindled. I get that, Greets, but what I'm trying to explain to you, bro, is that there's got to be a strategic process to deal with this kind of stuff, right? And in order to deal with it, you got to do a root cause analysis. And the root cause analysis is that people like Jimmy Dore have an interesting ability to get people to buy their bullshit, which I find even more interesting because people repeat Malcolm X all the time, but then they buy somebody like Jimmy Dore's bullshit. Jimmy Dore is that person that would have gotten somebody to vote for somebody like Joe Biden. And then somebody goes ahead and votes for Joe Biden. And then the person that voted for Joe Biden remains nameless, and they get to completely skirt everything that they should have coming back to them for being so irresponsible and negligent. And we just say, XYZ, the Dems and this, that, and the other. But all of that comes from being uninformed and lazy voting. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Two Factor. Two Factor says the old Black Americans put a lot of stock in wood-themed education. Since Malcolm was not a product of it, his message was casted aside. I agree. It's just like the Brandon Johnson thing. All those people in Chicago are upset about Brandon Johnson. You can go look. My streams are still up. I warned people about Brandon Johnson. I said a no vote or considering positive and negatives of Velas or even just leaving Lori Lightfoot in there would probably all turn out better than voting for Brandon Johnson. But everybody was so happy that Uncle Lightfoot, Beetlejuice, all this got voted out of office. My question is, I bet you people wish that all they had to do was tell them jokes now. Oh, I agree. I agree 100%. Jimmy's a goofy. That is my only point. he's not only a goofy, he's a manipulator that wants to try to get you to think that there's some type of common grounds or something like that. There's no common ground if we can't even talk about white supremacy. Like, sorry, bro. You know what I'm saying? At least as far as I go. Now, as far as some of the mistakes, like what Nick is saying here, as far as, Cornel West not taking advice and Cornel West picking a bad candidate advisor, I agree with that. I agree. I agree with those critiques of Cornel West. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to Neely Fuller Jr., right? One thing that Neely Fuller Jr. always said is keep the focus on white supremacy. So now if we're taking both sides of arguments and manipulative language techniques, that's those behaviors being used at play and being used against the black person. And that's where my focus is. Not to tell anybody to vote for Cornel West, because I don't support Cornel West. You know what I'm saying? As far as a president goes. But, you know, if somebody is using tactics, we're going to definitely look at that. Because for whatever reason, when we did the review of the Malcolm X video, clearly people still haven't learned. Like I used to talk about the flat learning curve all the time. And the fact that the same tactics and the same arguments and the same things being talked about still going on since those videos from the 1960s, that proves my point. That regardless of all of this time that's passed and all of this stuff that's going on, people still haven't learned any lesson. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to TD Hip Hop Media. TD says, the moment you saw Bernie Sanders endorsing Brandon Johnson, I already knew what time it was. Facts. If you guys agree with TD, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's facts.
If he just advised literally anybody, you know what I mean? Like,
Anybody on the ground.
I'm a mark forward, and you guys gonna say what I say. I don't care if you guys got criticism, and that's how it felt to me, especially when we had him on.
Here goes my thing, and I'm not trying to, again, Greet, you know I rock with you. You my man. I don't care who any white person says is racist. I do not care about a white person calling another white person racist, or a white person calling an organization white racist. I don't care about none of that. Joe Biden says white supremacy all the time, and his family owned slaves, and he's not interested in paying anybody reparations. Jimmy's dad is a cop, so that means that he's saying that his dad is racist, at least according to the video that was playing prior to this one. So if Jimmy said that all cops are racist, he's saying that from experience that he experienced in his own household. You know what I'm saying? And if he is raised around racist people, then he understands how to weaponize racist people. And he understands that if he as a white person acts like somebody that's going around pointing out alleged racist to other black people, that's a way to get to the emotional heartstrings of black people. I only care about racism that I detect on my own, that I determine is racism based on the criteria that I know from people like Neely Fuller Jr. and Dr. Claude Anderson. You can't even trust what black conservatives, you can't trust what black liberals, you can't trust what white supremacists say, you can't trust what white people say about racism. You know what I'm saying? Now, when people talk about that code shit, you got to trust what the code says about racism. That's the part where the code should become the leader. Jimmy's just throwing these cops under the bus and all that, like Neely Fuller Jr. said, as white sacrifice. It's just a part of business. I know that I'm a progressive, and I know that I got to get a few black people following me. I'm going to do something that I know will get them involved. And I know that if I say racism enough, it'll get somebody's attention. You know what I'm saying? My thing is just don't just, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't, my advice, don't fall for it. Now, here go my thing though. If Jimmy's not against reparations, why is he against conversations about white supremacy? How are we ever going to get to the conversation about reparations if we can't talk about white supremacy? what are we getting reparations for if we're not talking about white supremacy? How do we get to that part of the conversation? I'm not against reparations. Okay, are you for it? First of all, and then second of all, well, we're not allowed to talk about white supremacy. Okay, well then how do we talk about the damages that warrant reparations then? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
3 times, I explained in very logical fashion 3 times. Savvy explained to him very logically recently ago. Then he go on Jimmy and make a fucking ass of himself because he didn't want to listen to our argument.
That's that Harvard degree speaking. That's that Harvard. I got a Harvard degree. You ain't, telling me what to
my
do.
position, CJ Lay's position now, we're not monolith here. I still think Dr. Cornel West in his campaign has movement building potential, but he missed.
Now here go my thing. I do watch it. Now, who is he interviewed about reparations? Because there's somebody in the chat that actually has interviewed reparations advocates. Again, like when people just mention reparations is the new R word. They like using R's. Reparations is the new word to get your ears perked up and to get your heart into it. And then they put a carrot over your head. Marianne Williamson claimed that she was about reparations too. TD exposed the fact that she didn't even have shit up on her website. And again, as far as what people say, me personally, I'm more concerned with what they do. I don't really get charmed real easy by people going around pointing out somebody who's a racist to me. You know what I'm saying? I know who racists are. I've been dealing with racism directly in my face ever since I was 5 years old from other people that were that age that got that shit from their parents. Because as I grew up with these people, I heard their parents saying this kind of shit right in front of them with their older siblings. You know what I'm saying? And then turn around and leave out their house and act like somebody completely different than what was just going on in their house. Yeah, Mariana, and look what she did with now when she was actually given the opportunity to talk about reparations, and she excuse me, she tried to call Marcel Dixon anti-Semite. Now that's not gonna that could be political suicide for somebody calling somebody an anti-Semite. She didn't have any problem running up on him aggressively, all in his face, calling him an anti-Semite. You know what I'm saying? My thing is that, like I said, people got to use their better judgment. And like, honestly, and honestly, that's one of the reasons why, if you ask me, like, we got to start legitimizing our own information. You know what I'm saying? Like legitimizing our own news, legitimizing our own media, coming up with our own studies, building our own big platforms where we can get our voices out that don't have any kind of control or influence at all from anything like Jimmy Dore or anything like Joe Biden or anything like any of that. Because as soon as those kind of things become attached, they'll try to control what you're doing. When people come with that, oh, I'm not racist and I'm gonna show you who is a racist. Anytime a white person leads to me with I'm not racist or I'm gonna show you who's racist, I automatically assume that person is the most vile racist in the world, and I don't deal with them no more. Because if you're not coming to me talking to me about the game, if you're not coming to me talking about something that had like aside from any of that, if you're coming to me telling me about some damn racism, you're coming to me so that I don't suspect that you're one because you plan on doing some shit to me. And I agree, two-factor information is absolutely a value chain. And that's why I tell people, if a white person come up to you and have a normal conversation, you know what I'm saying? Have a conversation with them. If a white person come up to you finna tell you about who's racist and who's not, get away from that person very quickly. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, if you ask me, I think we need to not have any morals. If you ask me, I think that's one of the reasons why we're in the situations that we're in. The only people that we need to have morals to is ourselves and people that do right by us. There's a cape on a lot of times. To me, it's not a flex when we brag that these people that oppressed us and all this, we fought in every single one of their wars and we built this country that we don't benefit from. People can keep, we're still in effect working for free. And then we turn around and brag about that shit like it's a badge of honor. If you worked a 40-hour work week and your job bought a new computer instead of paying your paycheck, would you brag about that shit? Like, man, I worked 40 hard hours for this company. Hell no. Nah. I'm going straight to the HR office. Where my money at? If you don't have my money, I'm about to go to the car and then I'm coming right back in. And I'm going to get my money from somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you ain't got the money. Oh, you can't check. You don't have no petty cash account where you can't cash it. Oh, you ain't got no money. I'm about, okay, let me see. Yeah, you got on a nice watch. Yeah, this little desk decoration look like it's worth about $200-300. This computer look like it's pretty good. Okay, cool, bet. I'll be right back. You know what I'm saying?
That are going to hurt him. And I'm not here to say Captain Save a politician. I'm not here to campaign for any motherfucker. So someone say, man, I don't like Dr. Cornel West. He said make that decision. I'm like, damn, Dr. Cornel West, you really fucked up there. You know what I mean? I'm not here to do that. So Nico, I'm sorry, I'm on the round when you win. What's your thought?
So my initial thoughts were, I was like, so I took a little hiatus from Twitter for a year or so before I came back several months ago. And I was a little bit confused by the extreme reaction in one way or another, right? Because I was there. I remember Peter Douche, as it were, right? I remember who he was during the 2016 campaign. He and I had gotten into it several times during the 2016 campaign. I also remember him, quote unquote.
So see now you see somebody said Cornel West's campaign is being used to divide. So I want to just get to where they say this one particular part.
Well, like it does. We don't. Should it? I don't know. Maybe not. But when you go up there and you're saying, even so, for the difference is, and I'm interrupting you, but the difference between Jimmy Dore says one of his criticisms was like, oh, it's ID Paul. Now I disagree.
Okay, all right, right here, guys. We're here. All right, yo, TD, you still in here or did you fall asleep? All right, so now here's the part where this guy talks about the Jimmy Dore and the identity politics part, right? Pay attention.
And you're saying, even so, for the difference is, and I'm interrupting you, but the difference between Jimmy Dore says one of his criticisms was like, oh, it's ID Paul. Now I disagree with Jimmy that every conversation about race has to do with ID Paul, and I feel like that is a fault.
All politics are identity politics. Every single politic, excuse me, every single political issue is identity politics. All politics are identity politics. There's no politics that are not identity politics. So anytime somebody says, oh, well, this is identity politics, what that basically is saying is stop talking about this because I don't want to talk about it right now. There's no politics that aren't identity politics. Shout out to Jay the Informant. What's good with it, bro?
It's false equivalency, but I understand why he says it, right? But my thing is, what Dr. West has to also understand, even though Jimmy maybe not conveyed it the best, what he has to understand is, okay, so you're going to say the same thing that Kamala's going to get up there and say?
Yes.
Like, what's the difference? Why don't they just vote for Kamala? And what we're going to say, well, or what they're going to say is, well, what about our policies? What about blah, blah, blah? Yeah, that's too much for most Americans to get around. right? Like, you're not saying anything different. What would be nice of you to say is, it's funny to me how why everybody wants to talk about Trump's racism and acknowledge that, but ignore the 40 years of Biden's policy-driven racism, not just racism, but racism. We can look at the section of the legislation and point to what was clearly racist. Mm-hmm. The comments that, like, that's something that would bring most Americans back. Like, hold up, I didn't even know about this, because, you know, they be deleting shit.
Now, here go my thing. That would be cool, right? That would be cool and all. But Jimmy Dore, for one, didn't bring up Biden's racism. Jimmy Dore, for two, said that he doesn't understand white supremacy. So he's not going to bring up Biden's racism.
You know, maybe scrubbing.
Asset forfeiture is one big one. Asset forfeiture. He's on video. I think Nick's played this. He's on video proudly talking about how we're just going to take everybody. They take their money. Yeah. It's confiscated. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I talked to Jimmy a bit after the interview, and he said that was a lot of frustration was that when he talked about white supremacy, he sounds just like a Democrat. Like, for example.
So there you go. When he talked about white supremacy, he sounded just like a Democrat. So if you mention white supremacy, you sound like a Democrat. As far as I'm concerned, based on the history of this country, if you are a white supremacist, you're acting like a Democrat. Wilmington, North Carolina, the Dixiecrats. Now, did he call it racist? Did he mention any stats about it? Here's an even better question. Did Jimmy Dore compare what the crime bill did to black people that smoke crack versus what's going on now with white people that do heroin? Did he do all of that? I know for a fact that he didn't. Because then we'll have to discuss why did the crack users and crack abusers, why did they, under Joe Biden's crime bill, get treated different than how heroin addicts and opiate epidemic victims are being treated today? Because there's different demographics in both of those groups. Now we can't talk about classism because all of those people, for the most part, we're dealing with similar class lines. So now we have to talk about the race difference. Jimmy Dore doesn't want to talk about race unless he's controlling the conversation and can censor it and ramp it up as he wants to in order to deal with objectives that he wants to get done. Which makes sense because he's not black. Conversations about race aren't going to benefit him. Status quo benefits him. You know what I'm saying?
I'm like, Jimmy and many of the people down the right or independent right that watch RBN, you guys get mad at us? Because we say that Joe Biden is one of the most anti-black politicians in the modern era. We talk about the crime bill, how anti-black it was, how U.S. foreign policy harms black and brown life. That's technically identity politics. Like if you talk about Palestinian rights, like isn't Palestinian rights technically identity politics? But it doesn't make you roll your eyes because it's an important issue, right? So when we talk about identity politics, there's so many right wingers who don't roll their eyes because they see that I'm coming from it from a material angle with no contradictions. So yes, I think Donald Trump enables white supremacy, but also going to call out Joe Biden for being one of the biggest enablers of white supremacy in the modern era.
But that's what gives you legitimacy. That's what give you legitimacy is because you're saying both, Nick. Yeah. And that's what we keep trying to get Cornel West to understand. Go ahead, Nick.
No, I was going to say along those lines, like Jimmy.
Now again, I agree that Cornel West should have said both. I agree with that. I don't have any issue with the critique of that. But Jimmy Dore didn't say both. Jimmy Dore didn't call Joe Biden a white supremacist. Jimmy Dore says he doesn't understand white supremacy. What Jimmy Dore's biggest concern is, what is a white person supposed to feel when somebody mentions white supremacy? I don't care what you're supposed to feel. Feel like cutting a check. There you go. That's what you're supposed to feel. Feel like doing something about it. There's a lot of different shit you can feel besides feeling bad. You choose to feel bad and choose to be lazy and not want to do any world maintenance and clean up the toxic waste spill known as white supremacy. Like, that's something that you can think about. Plenty of things that you can think about. Plenty of ways that you can feel. And why are we dealing with feelings anyway? Let me ask you guys a question. What do we demand? Shout out to DSA1. What's good with it, bro? What do we demand? Let me ask you guys a question. If you're not allowed to discuss white supremacy, there's a whole host of issues that we're not allowed to deal with. FBA hate crime bill. Issues that go on with law enforcement specific to black people and the white supremacist police officers that these police departments hire. That's been proven. Jimmy Dore said basically that the CIA report about the FBI or about the law enforcement infiltration was fake. For the most part. He said that this is liberal language. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, at my point, at this point, what is it that we're actually dealing with? And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys show some love. We got a new subscriber on Twitch. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat for him. So here's my thing. If you're not allowed to talk about white supremacy, that forces you to have to talk about issues that aren't relevant to your being. So now here's my question. Why then are people so comfortable with allowing people to direct the conversations? I mean, like, I'm not trying to be funny, but like Ron DeSantis and all of this Stop Woke Act and all of that. I mean, that sounds good, but it's really not necessary because all you got to do is just use some of these tactics and you'll probably get 65% of black people to just shut up. They'll just sit there with stars and birds flying around their heads. I don't know what to say. What am I going to say? You see how the ghost town, how's it go? All it takes is one troll to come in saying some anti-black heritage foundation, Manhattan Institute talking points, and everybody shuts the fuck up except me. So, I mean, all they got to do is just use them talking points, and that shit's going to shut motherfuckers up. They don't even have to make them laws. Just start trolling. They just making them laws to flex. Jimmy Dore just saying don't talk about white supremacy to flex. That's that. I'm going to put the headlock on you just a little bit tighter just to do it, just because. I'm just saying. Let a troll, you know what I'm saying, Wolfenstein, you know, Wolfenstein Van Helsing come in talking about crime rates and bell curve talking points and genetics. I'll start laughing and go head to head with his ass and get him up out of here. But ain't nobody else gonna say nothing. Everybody else go for the wrench. This is that shit in real time, which is one of the reasons why I always tell people don't block the trolls. People be fist pumping and all this, talking about race war and all that stuff. I mean, me personally, I'm not an advocate for war, but intellectual war and propaganda wars are a real thing. So if we're on one side of YouTube talking about wars, and then you go to another side of YouTube and are bystanders, that doesn't help anything. You know what I'm saying? If you're talking about war, then by the next logical step, you should be training to be a quote unquote warrior. But that doesn't seem to happen. If you're training to be a quote unquote warrior, then you should be well versed in the quote unquote tactics of war. This is now 2023. Most wars are probably not going to be fought with conventional means. If they destroy the planet, then they don't have any place to rule. You can preserve the planet and destroy somebody's mind. And that's one of the reasons that I know for a fact that all of the hot stuff that 90% of people on YouTube talk about, that's all it is just talk. Because if they was actually on the stuff that they was on, it would be just like what you see in the street. It'd be just like what you see in jail. As soon as people get the opportunity, they looking for reasons to bang, not looking for reasons to run the opposite direction. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Not Jimmy, excuse me. Dr. West attacked Tucker as a white supremacist and talked about how problematic his reporting has been on certain issues, which is true, right? Like, he might be good on some issues, especially challenging the government, maybe even foreign policy in a lot of ways. But like, Tucker does have problems.
Anytime somebody tries to do an IQ attack, you know what I'm saying? Anytime somebody tries to do an IQ attack on you, or anytime somebody says that you have low impulse control, low intelligence, using the 13% of the population, 55% of the crime is something that's attached to that low impulse control, low IQ. Those are using bell curve talking points that the Heritage Institute, the Manhattan Institute comes up with, specifically to attempt to try to legitimize and justify policies meant to harm Black people, most of which they pay Ron DeSantis a lot of donation money to his campaigns for him to put into place. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Problematic reporting. But you can't then sit in front of fucking Anderson Cooper and be like, you're doing a good job, son. You can't do that. Because now I'm like, this comes off to me. So just because he's being nice to you, that is how you determine who you're going to treat with respect, or who you're going to allow to have redemption, or who you're going to reach out to and work with and coalesce with. That's not how you got to, like, when you're running for president and when you're trying to be.
Now, here go my thing, right? And I want to ask this question. Harvey, right? Superboy, the YouTuber with the channel called Your World. He's talked about Jimmy Dore before. He's talked about that Chicago quote unquote racism. You know what I'm saying? This ain't nothing new. But I don't really hear many people really critique him all like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Yeah, president. That can't be how you do business. Because that means that you're a lot of how you interact with people. I'm not saying this is the case for him, but that is what it has meant traditionally. Is a lot of how you interact with people depends on how they stroke your ego, and that's dangerous. Because they say some nice things, but also you ignore the other shit. Because Anderson Cooper was CNN was problematically reporting a lot of those George Floyd and Garner protests. Like CNN was saying that Russian propagandists were propping up the protests. People forget about that. Like that happened. And so you can't be like Tucker Carlson's a white supremacist and he's problematic. And
They've been, and we just watched the Malcolm X videos. They've been saying that any Black person that bangs for empowerment is a Russian bot since the Malcolm X days, since the Martin Luther King days. They used to say that Martin Luther King was funded by quote unquote Soviets. This is something that the white right and the white left have been doing for a long time, and it doesn't have anything to do with class. It has to do more with COINTELPRO. So my thing is, how do we leave all of this stuff out? How do we do that? Like, how is that okay? And the thing is that it's already fragmented. There's already a lot of stuff left out. And now the thing is that Jimmy Dore wants more of it to be left out by not talking about quote unquote white supremacy. Okay, well then what do you want us to call it, and how do you want to go about getting rid of it? That's what I'm saying. That's seriously, that's my question. When people say don't mention white supremacy, my question is, what do you want us to call it, and how do you plan on getting rid of it? That's my question.
Look, and then ignore what we've historically seen from Anderson Cooper. Like even regarding the campaigns, that wasn't been a part of.
Yeah, CJ, just for take time. I think that was a good intro. But let's get to the video. I think
let me close it with this last thing right here. I was just about to say, let me close it with just showing you the socialists who I'm going to be voting for, or who I'm on board with now. It's Claudia and Karina, 2024. This is Claudia. You can go to her website, Claudia De La Cruz. She's part of PSL, Party for Socialism and Liberation. Yeah, they're in the ballot in California, but that's true. That is true. And this is what struck me. Look at their program right here. End capitalism before it ends us. Seize the biggest 100 companies, create a new economy for the people, overthrow the dictatorship of the rich, build a democracy that deserves the
working class. Jesus Christ. I skipped ahead.
It's great. No, go. I see what you say.
Well, you see the ones that cut military budget by 90%. That what got me to react. I didn't mean to interrupt you. That's the base ass shit we talking about, fam. Not that Bernie Sanders.
How do you guys feel about cutting military spending? And now I think it's interesting how in the war on Black America is literally the last on the priority list. I just think that's interesting. But I mean, what in the war on Black America when it's like 2 Black people left? What?
Something real quick now before we go. I want to say something. Okay, for people who keep saying Jimmy Dore's racist, I need you to cut that bullshit out because he's not. Right?
Okay, there you go. So now here we go. People that keep saying that Jimmy Dore is racist need to cut that shit out because he's not. Okay, let's hear what you got to say.
That's true. That is true. And
that's my
this
frustration.
is what struck me. Look at their program right here. End capitalism before it ends us. Seize the biggest 100 companies, create a new economy for the people, overthrow the dictatorship of the rich, build a democracy that deserves the working class.
Jesus Christ. I skipped ahead.
It's great. No, go. I see what you say.
Well, you see the ones that cut military budget by 90%. That what got me to react. I didn't mean to interrupt you. That's the base ass shit we talking about, fam. Not that Bernie Sanders.
Can I address something real quick now before we go? I want to say something. Okay, for people who keep saying Jimmy Dore's racist, I need you to cut that bullshit out because he's not. Right? I've been one of the first people to say, can Jimmy have blind spots when it comes to race because he's a white man? Yeah.
Blind spots when it comes to race because he's a white man? I'm going to play that again. Now, this is what I want to know from everybody in the comment section. What is a blind spot when it comes to race, when it comes to, quote unquote, him being a white man? You mean you know that the people that signed all of the laws that created legalized racism here in the United States and across the world were literally all white men, right? So being an expert and the person who was from the progenitors of that blind spot, I respectfully disagree.
With now it's Claudia and Karina, 2024. This is Claudia. You can go to her website, Claudia De La Cruz. She's part of PSL, Party for Socialism and Liberation. Yeah, they're in the ballot in California, but that's true. That is true. And this is what struck me. Look at their program right here. End capitalism before it ends us. Seize the biggest 100 companies, create a new economy for the people, overthrow the dictatorship of the rich, build a democracy that deserves the working class.
Jesus Christ. I skipped ahead.
It's great. No, go. I see what you say.
Well, you see the ones that cut military budget by 90%. That what got me to react. I didn't mean to interrupt you. That's the base ass shit we talking about, fam. Not that Bernie Sanders.
Can I address something real quick now before we go? I want to say something. Okay, for people who keep saying Jimmy Dore's racist, I need you to like cut that bullshit out because he's not, right? I've been one of the first people to say, can Jimmy have blind spots when it comes to race because he is a white man? Yeah, because he's a white dude. Like,
okay, so if you have blind, let's just take the blind spot argument. Let's just say that we'll, for argument's sake, for devil's advocate's sake, accept that blind spot argument, right? So we'll say here that the claim is that Jimmy Dore has quote unquote blind spot race vision, right? We'll just say that. Okay. Now here goes my question. If there's a blind spot and you drive left of center and cause a car accident, are you still in violation of the law? So let's just say, despite the fact that I don't believe in the existence of blind spot racism for white people, but let's just assume that it does. Whoever you harm with your blind spot alleged racism, you're still guilty of causing harm. Fatal accidents have been caused because people have blind spots, quote unquote. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. You good? I was reading your comments and I figured you was earlier in the video, so don't even trip. Now, what I want to know from everybody that's watching in the comment section is, do you all agree with what this individual said? And if you do agree, you know, that's perfectly fine. You know what I'm saying? It's no big deal. If you agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Me personally, I disagree with what he said. However, I will entertain what he said. And even in entertainment of what he said, blind spots still cause harm. And also, blind spots don't exonerate you from violations. So there's that.
95% of white dudes have blind spots when it comes to race. Like, that's.
And now, where are we getting these statistics from? How did, if 95% of white dudes had blind spots in racism, how did the United States get here? How did everybody agree on Jim Crow? How did everybody agree on slavery? How did everybody agree on the apartheid? How are so many people infiltrating the police? Why are there so many videos on YouTube about woke? Really? Okay.
That's true. That is true. And
That's my
this
frustration.
is what struck me. Look
Look
at their program right here. In capitalism, before it ends us, seize the biggest 100 companies, create a new economy for the people, overthrow the dictatorship of the rich, build a democracy that deserves the
Oh,
working class.
Jesus Christ. I skipped ahead.
It's great. No, go. I see what you say.
Well, you see the ones that cut military budget by 90%. That one got me to react. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I skipped a little ahead. Like, that's the base ass shit we talking about, fam. Not that Bernie Sanders.
Can I address something real quick now before we go? I want to say something. Okay, for people who keep saying Jimmy Dore's racist, I need you to like cut that bullshit out because he's not. Right? I've been one of the first people to say, can Jimmy have blind spots when it comes to race because he is a white man? Yeah, because he's a white dude. Like 95% of white dudes have blind spots when it comes to race. Like, that's reality. Like, I mean, I've had conversations. I've been in the military. I grew up in North Carolina. Like, I've had conversations.
That's not reality. That is not reality. And if you grew up in North Carolina, many of the white people that you grew up around are probably adosos, which means that they have legacy ties to slavery in most cases. Don't you wish that somebody would go out on a limb for you like this? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Thanks for answering the Nightbot. Shout out to Carla. Thank you guys for answering the Nightbot. You guys seem speechless in the chat. Cat, Cat got your tongue. Jimmy ignores everybody's. Jimmy just wants everybody to stop talking about it, or he wants a tutorial on it. Yeah, he's against the diversity. And now look at this, right? You can't have this. Hold on real quick. 95%, according to this guy, 95% of white guys are ignorant to racism. But how many white people are complaining about diversity and inclusion classes and anti-racism classes and all the videos about woke and woke corporations and go woke, go broke? Shout out to Edwin. Edwin says, I'm from North Carolina and this brother is totally wrong. So my question would be, if you're using a statistic, where are you getting that statistic? Where is he getting that statistic from?
With people I'm still really close with today. I'm like, hey, bro, you got to chill. That's a little bit suspect. You know, that doesn't mean it's racist. It just means that if you are not, like, we are.
Now, listen to what he said. Shit. Hold on real quick. Okay, hold on.
Who are not, like, we are.
Hold on. My bad, y'all. Okay.
Me for the people, overthrow the dictatorship of the rich, build a democracy that deserves the
Oh,
working
Jesus
class.
Christ. I skipped ahead.
It's great.
My bad.
No, go. I see what you say.
Well, you see the ones that cut military budget by 90%. That one got me to react. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I skipped a little bit ahead. Like, that's the base ass shit we talking about, fam. Not that Bernie Sanders.
Can I address something real quick now before we go?
Go.
I want to say something. Okay, for people who keep saying Jimmy Dore's racist, I need you to like cut that bullshit out because he's not. Right? I've been one of the first people to say, can Jimmy have blind spots when it comes to race because he is a white man? Yeah, because he's a white dude. Like 90.
What does you being a white dude have to do with any? This is what I'm saying. What in the hell does being a white person have to do with having blind spots from racism? Are you serious? They the ones that benefited the most from it. Racism has literally been a social security and class inclusion program for white people. What are you talking about? White people get some type of exclusion from understanding racism because they're white? I need that to somehow make sense to me. Who commits the most hate crimes in the United States? What kind of groups have infiltrated law enforcement the most in the United States? That kind of person needs some type of special pass. We're simply talking about a discussion here. A discussion. I'm sorry, I can't do that one. I can't. I'm not. I not only I can't, but I'm not doing that one.
4 or 5% of white dudes have blind spots when it comes to like that's reality. Like I mean, I've had conversations. I've been in the military. I grew up in North Carolina. Like I've had conversations with people I'm still really close with today. I'm like, hey, bro, you got to chill. That's a little bit suspect.
If you said you got to chill, that's a little bit suspect. Just think what they would have said while you weren't there. Now, what you should do is actually go and look up how many white supremacists joined the military. How many white supremacists have infiltrated the military? How many times have your white friends asked you to quote unquote chill out on something? Probably never. They don't need you to advocate for them. Let them fight their own battles. If they're not racist, prove it. And if they prove it, good for them. You know what I'm saying? They don't need a defense attorney, though. And you're not doing a good job of defending them anyway.
You know, that doesn't mean it's racist. It just means that if you are not, like, we are, well, because of how we grew up, we're black men. So we are more sensitive to those conversations and to when something, maybe, I guess what people, what was.
No, we're not, because we're trying to get people to talk about those conversations, and those people are trying to get them to not talk about them. People who are sensitive try to shut down conversations. People who want to talk about this stuff, talk about this kind of stuff. Shout out to my man, Ricky Jones. What's good with it, bro? Nah, I disagree with what this dude is saying 110%.
Who are not, like, we are, well, because of how we grew up, we're black men. So we are more sensitive to those conversations and to when something, maybe, I guess what people what what's called microaggressions or whatever. Like, we're more sensitive and we're more aware of when it's happening than what they would be, because they never really have to be.
How they're the ones doing the microaggressions, so they would know that it's happening. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? We're not the ones doing the microaggressions. They're the ones doing the microaggressions that they learned those customs and stuff from their parents and their friends and people that they're around. Like those two white boys that deleted that black boy at that pond in or that attempted to delete that black boy at that pond in Massachusetts, calling him George Floyd while they was putting his head under the water. You think they don't know what they was doing? They had some blind spots. You know what I'm saying?
In a situation where they're more accountable for it a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But like,
they're not accountable for it because people like Jimmy Dore tell people not to mention WS when it's brought up. So there never gets to be any accountability because a conversation is never seen all the way through. You know what I'm saying? Like, really?
correcting somebody, hey man, like maybe next time you should handle it like this because of this is the experience that black men have. Because when I told Jimmy, I was like, yo, you say you're gonna coach somebody, like that's you can't say that. Like you can't say that to a black man, like unless you're gonna say that to RFK Jr. too, unless you're gonna say that to Rokana too, unless you're gonna say that to.
Why are you giving him instructions, bro? Shout out to my man KO Kid Fit. What's good with it, bro? Why are you giving him instructions? Let him do what he does and let other black people be the judge of it. Somebody asked me something like that, I'm be like, say what you say, and then I guess you will learn. You know what I'm saying? Do what you do, and I guess the reaction to what happens is what you'll have. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what you'll get. Right? Yeah, and if you guys agree with Edwin, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. We don't need to be race-plaining a white supremacist, right? All of those, anything that causes you to bring up race to a white person, that is a microaggression. That's why you're bringing it up. All of that little stuff where you say, whoa, that's suspect, but they not racist. Homie, that's a microaggression. That's why it caught your attention. That's why it caught your attention. I've had white friends that I've had political disagreements with, and the political disagreements never went into conversations about race. So I never had to be like, yo, you need to chill with that. I've only had to tell motherfuckers you need to chill with that when people actually need to chill with that. The reason why when I had those conversations is because my white friends weren't microaggressing me. Anytime anybody does anything to you and you say, whoa, you got to chill, this kind of suspect, you're getting microaggressed. You know what I'm saying? Like, does that make sense? If what I just said makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't make any sense, then give me a thumbs down. If somebody's not being microaggressive towards you, you're not gonna have to tell them to chill on something. The fact that you have to tell somebody to chill on something, that means that they're already pushing your boundaries. Like let's continue.
Tulsi too. Like, you got to say it to all of them. You can't believe I'm just trying to educate you and coach you. Because even me, if somebody said that to me, bro, I'm like, excuse me. That's the first thing. I don't know. I don't hear anything else you said after that.
But even if, but by your own standards of what you just said, you said that you will be like, nah, that's suspect. That's suspect. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody assumes that they're smarter than you for whatever reason, if you didn't ask for their coaching or their guidance, or they didn't see you like in the act of having an issue with something where you might need a little bit of help or instruction, there's also a way of going about doing that professionally, where you ask questions and ask, well, what kind, are you getting any guidance to this, that, is what's going on? There's what's called an interview or a fact-finding process. You don't just make assumptions. I'm gonna assume that you're an idiot, so I'm gonna just instruct you like, oh well, how has that been working for you? Oh, okay. Are you satisfied with the people that are advising you? Like, see, like a lot of these people don't understand how to maintain a level of personal respect. And I honestly think that that's some old school stuff. You know what I'm saying? Men knowing how to make sure to protect their boundaries and demand a certain level of personal respect. I think that that's something that's kind of faded away and kind of gotten lost. And nowadays it's something that would be lumped into what they consider toxic masculinity, which is sad because it's not. You know what I'm saying? It's not toxic masculinity. That's just having self-respect. There's a certain boundary, a certain level of tolerance of certain things that me personally, I'm not going to tolerate that from certain people. I don't care what their excuse is. If I'm in line and you damn near knock me down, there's going to be a fight. I don't care if it was an accident or not. It's less likely that there's going to be a fight if you say, oh, excuse me, let me help you. My bad, my bad. If you stand over me and look at me after bumping into me, something's going to happen. Because I have a certain level of expectation and boundaries of what I'm going to allow versus what I'm not going to allow. I'm not going to try to interview and find out either. If you've done something to violate me, you better immediately, quickly come with the explanation of, you know, that was an accident. I didn't mean to do that, or I didn't mean to. My bad. Or either preface it. I'm not trying to be offensive. You better hurry up with that. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think that a lot of people really nowadays, like a lot of people kind of just, you know, really nonchalant. They don't really have any kind of urgency to maintain any sort of level of self-respect. It might be too much work. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, Keep It 100. What's good with it, bro? It might be too much work to maintain self-respect. But maintaining self-respect is crucial. And I think that that's something that's gone out the window. And that's why you see somebody like, you know, these fellas here saying the things that they're saying, sadly. You know what I'm saying?
because like you know, but that's reality because whenever someone has said that to me, like Jimmy might have been well-meaning, but I've had people say it to me that we're not well-meaning, and I knew it. And it's hard to discern between those two when you, especially when emotions are high. I feel like there's a level of desperation amongst the country and amongst the world.
So if it's hard to discern between the two, then how do you know that you're doing it right all the time? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you know that you're doing it right all the time if it's hard to discern?
Movements and leftists all over. Like, you got to be careful. But like, that doesn't mean he's fucking racist, bro. Like, just because somebody messes up in a way that you don't like does not mean they're racist. And that is the shit that makes others not.
Okay, so if they mess up in a way that you don't like, now here's my question: what if they have evidence of all of the allegations of why you believe that this person is a certain way, and you show the proof of why you believe that the person is this certain way? Then what? Then what does that make them? Shout out to my man Michael R. Yeah, I agree.
Want to get involved with this type of conversation at all. They don't want to get involved at all because they're scared.
Yeah, Jimmy Dore didn't want to get involved with this kind of conversation at all. That's why he kept saying stop talking about white supremacy. Literally, I know you guys saw the video that I did with Jimmy Dore's follow-up where he was, you know, I don't even know what white supremacy is. I mean, what is a white person supposed to think when somebody mentions white supremacy? Those are signals that he doesn't want that conversation to occur. If Jimmy Dore is Jimmy Dore is trying to get to the bottom of C-19 and C-19 lockdowns, right? Because that's something that's important to him. He did a lot of content on C-19 and, you know what I'm saying, reacting to videos that there's a doctor guy on YouTube that reacted to a lot of his videos, read a lot of medical reports. Not so many videos on white supremacy. So what you want to get to the things that you want to get to the bottom of, you do a lot of research and put a lot of content out about. So based on the pattern of how you conduct yourself and pattern of how you structure your content and pattern of things that you talk about, if white supremacy was an issue that you quote unquote wanted more understanding of, or it was an issue that you were concerned about and invested in, we would at least see some content on your channel about it. But when there is an opportunity to have an open discussion about it, you don't want to talk about it, because what is it supposed to make a white person feel like when they hear the words white supremacy? I don't know. I'm not white. I don't go around telling other people what to feel, when to feel, and how to feel it. I'm one of the people that always gets told that. I don't listen, but I'm one of the people that always gets told that. I don't know what you would feel. I don't know how you would feel. Honestly, I'm not trying to be funny, but I don't care. It's not going, whatever it is, I guarantee you it's not going to harm you. It's not going to kill you. You will wake up the next day. You'll survive. Conversely, many people haven't survived white supremacy, but you will survive your feelings. But many people actually haven't survived white supremacy, which is one of the reasons why I don't care how it makes you feel when people talk about it. I don't give a shit. If you can't talk because somebody mentioned 2 words, don't sit there and claim that you're a free speech advocate.
If they make a mistake, then they're going to be labeled racist. They're going to be labeled sexist. They're going to be labeled trans, whatever. Like, there's a level.
The problem, there's so many, we have to understand, we are literally living in a country where people are the least educated on race on purpose. Do you understand?
How are they the least educated on race on purpose when this country literally has been a country with legal racism with plenty of laws on the books since 1776 to 1960, which is the majority of the life of the United States? If you live in a country where literally most people that you look at are a different race from you, because the United States isn't an ethno state, how are you not educated on race. I refuse to believe that in the United States, the people here understand race less than they do in a state that's damn near an ethno state like China, or someplace in Eastern Europe where there's literally all white people, or someplace in Africa where there's literally all black people. There's countries out there that's damn near racial ethno states. That's where people wouldn't understand race because they don't see anybody but people that look like them. Here in the United States, it's diversity heaven. Are you serious? This country here, Australia, Canada, UK, those countries have the least excuse to have, quote unquote, no understanding of race. They sure as hell built big economies and became world powers based off of it. A lot of the people who still own the assets and the businesses are still around today. Yeah, Japan, another country. I mean, and again, I'm not throwing shade at those countries. I'm not throwing shade at none of them Eastern European countries. I'm not throwing shade at none of them African countries. I'm not throwing shade at Japan or Thailand or China. That's just how those countries are. Those countries are literally damn near ethno state. Them people don't confront race until somebody like Keep It 100 pop up over there in Japan walking around. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shit. You know what I'm saying? That's not something that you see every day. That is something that we see here every day. We do see that every day. So for people to sit here and act like that's the case, no, you're lying. There are places where that is a viable excuse. United States ain't one of them. I'm not trying to hear that bullshit.
On purpose.
Most
White
propaganda.
people, this is what I was just about to say. You know, all the propaganda about race, that there's no racism, that's not for us. We experience it. That's the propagandized white people. The point of white supremacy propaganda is to get white people on the side, not to get us. They can't tell us anything about police.
Actually, it's for everybody. It's to create more coons. It's to confuse black people. It's to get black people to say stuff like you guys are saying up here, and it's to get white people to galvanize and make them feel that they're being oppressed for simply being accountable for the culmination of all of the shit that they've done. Again, shout out to the Asian ally that we have on Twitter, Ming Hung Lo, you know what I'm saying? But Ming Hung Lo posted an article from The Guardian that showed that white people genocided so many people in the United States that it actually brought the temperature of the planet down. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Black Free Thinker. A nation can be diverse and yet an ethno state. You're absolutely right. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen with the cup of coffee. Big facts. It make me want a cup of coffee. I gotta go get some creamer. All I got is coffee. I ain't got no creamer. I gotta have cream in my coffee. I know some people feel a certain kind of way about that. Y'all get over it. I need cream in my coffee. I'm not telling y'all to get cream in y'all coffee. I'm just telling y'all, you know, that works for me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Oh, shit. Y'all crazy. I don't know who more crazy, y'all or me.
They experience it. They can't tell us, but they can tell a white person who doesn't deal with the police, this is what the police are for. Exactly. You get what I'm saying? So
white people. Hey, Ming Hung Lo be choosing villainy every day, don't he? Hey, Ming Hung Lo be choosing villainy every day, don't he? Ming Hung Lo also posted a chart that had a record of all European genocide on the planet. 200 billion people are non-existent due to WS. Yeah. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know? That's a fact. They said that white people don't experience. White people do experience the police. White people beat up the police. White people kill the police, and they still make it to court. Black people run the opposite direction from police and end up dead, and the public justifies it. Shout out to Hurricane IQ. What's good with it, Hurricane IQ? I'm tired of this. White people don't interact with the police bullshit. They do. Not only do they interact with the police, it'd be a full-fledged MMA fight. Somebody, a white person to have a police officer in a damn arm triangle and shit. Are you serious? Them motherfuckers will be having the police officer tapping on the ground. You think that what's that motherfucking name? Herb Dean finna come over and break it up and shit. The way the white people be having them police, you know what I'm saying, on the ground. And the migrants coming over, they whooping the police asses, fucking them up too.
Coach somebody like that's you can't say that. Like you can't say that to a black man. Like unless you're gonna say that to RFK Jr. too, unless you're gonna say that to Ro Khanna too, unless you're gonna say that to Tulsi too. Like you gotta say
facts. All you gotta do look up how many police officers this dude named Lance Stores killed. Lance Stores, LANCESTOREZ. Now he magically died in jail, but if I'm not mistaken, I think he deleted 3 sheriffs. There was a white woman who was in the back of a police car. She was high on meth. She was able to slip out of her handcuffs, got hold of the gun that was up top in the police car, and she shot a civilian and shot a police officer. Didn't delete him, but she shot him. Black people be running, getting shot. Yeah, white people do interact with the police, and it's completely different. Another thing that happened when white people interact with the police be deleting white people. The police be murking white people, getting them up out of there, and white people stay silent about it. Zach Gifford got bodied by 2 corrupt ass cops in Colorado. Didn't nobody say nothing about it. It was another white dude that got bodied by some Latino cops in Colorado while he was there to pick up his sister at school. He was trying to pop an Ativan because he was having an anxiety attack. They killed him right in front of his mom. Didn't nobody say nothing about it. Now, why don't they say anything about it? Because the moment they start saying something about the white people that get killed by the police, then you got to start saying something about the black people that get killed by the police. So they exercise in the white sacrifice and the code of silence. That's why they don't say nothing about it. Yeah, they do interact with the police. Jimmy Dore got 1 million subscribers on YouTube. Why ain't he covered a story about Zach Gifford? Everybody's so mad about what be going on with white people. How come don't nobody be mad when they be getting eliminated by the cops? There's more coverage about Karens crying in City Hall than it is about white people that's unarmed that get deleted by police. But that shit happening though. They getting deleted by the police left and right. They're just not saying anything about their own getting deleted by the police. And then they get outraged when we talk about black people that get killed by the police. Well, that's your fault that you don't talk about the people that get killed by the police. We got our own shit to worry about. Yeah, I agree, Black Free Thinker, and I agree with you too, Lloyd Scott 9. It's facts. Everything that you guys are saying is facts. So to sit up there and say, well, they don't interact with the police. Oh, no, they have very different interactions with the police. Very, very different interactions. They interact with the police. Interactions are just different. They just present different. They appear different. Like, come on now. Like, stop that.
it's all of them. You can't believe I'm just trying to educate you and coach you. Because even me, somebody said to me, bro, I'm like, excuse me. That's the first thing. I don't hear anything else you said after that. Because like, you know what I'm saying? But that's reality. Because whenever someone has said that to me, like Jimmy might have been well-meaning, but I've had people say it to me that we're not well-meaning, and I knew it. And it's hard to discern.
How do you know if somebody's well-meaning or not? This is my question for you guys. This is my question for this young man here that's doing this video. You know, if he sees this and feels compelled to respond to it, how do you know if somebody's well-meaning or not? What is a foolproof, verified way of knowing with, at the least, I'll be flexible, with 95% certainty that somebody is well-meaning? How do you know? And I want to ask you guys the same question. How do you know? How do you know anybody's well-meaning? If you ask me, my answer to that question is that you can never know with 100% certainty what anybody means about anything at any given time. The only thing that you can do to try to make the best educated guess that you can is to logically base your assumption on their known pattern of behavior. That's it. That's the only thing that you can do. And even doing that, people can make a sharp right at any moment for any reason. You know what I'm saying?
Between those two, when you, especially when emotions are high, I feel like there's a level of desperation amongst the country and amongst the world, amongst movements and leftists all over. Like, you got to be careful. But like, that doesn't mean he's fucking racist, bro. Like, just because somebody messes up in a way that you don't like does not mean they're racist. And that is the shit that makes others not want to get involved with this type of conversation at all.
Oh, so now if we talk about if shit gets too real, it's our fault that other people don't get involved with the conversation. Now, you know, if you coming too hardcore, now, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna scare everybody. You're gonna scare the good white people. They've been acting like they've been scared for a long time, and they're not. So I say, if you're gonna act scared, then be scared. Yeah, people make sharp turns all the time. Shout out to my man Cameron. Yep. And you never know why they're gonna make the sharp turn. It could be an event in their life. You know what I'm saying? It could be stress. They could develop. I mean, you just don't know. You just never know. The only thing that you can do is make the best hypothesis that you can make based on the available information that you have, which is the available data set of their pattern of behavior. That's the only thing that you can do. And all that's going to give you is a probability, because all anything is a probability. I'm gonna be 100% honest with y'all. What I always say is that shout out to the people that support the platform with the you know, super chats and cash apps and stuff like that you guys send. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna reinvest and try to make the platform the best possible platform that I can make it. Right now, is that the truth? No, it's not the truth. Because if I made it the best platform that I could make it, I'd have to do all kinds of research. I'd have to study. I'd have to look at computers. I'd have to, in order to make it the best, I would have to optimize everything that I do, right? I don't do that, because that would be impossible and that would take up all my time. I do the best of what I can do within reason, which isn't the best. So technically, I'm not telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? However, I do what I can do in the best way that I can do it. Those are two different things. Remember, in the beginning of the stream, they talked about how important, quote unquote, language is. So now what he's saying here is that if we come too hard with it, certain things that we might say, people won't want to get with the movement at all. Well, if people aren't really willing to have those kind of conversations, are those the kind of people that you, quote unquote, want in your movement? like if I'm like, yo, we got to come up with some solutions to deal with white supremacy, and somebody's like, well, here, I'll give you $10,000, but we can't talk about white supremacy. How's that going to help? The whole point was to get rid of white supremacy. Now I'm getting paid and I got some financial resource, but I can't deal with white supremacy because I can't talk about it. That doesn't make any sense. Right, exactly, Cameron. That's what I'm saying. Cast aside our own issues so everyone else's feelings don't, at least their feelings are getting hurt. Hey, if your feelings get hurt as a result of white supremacy, I don't feel bad for you. Shit. It's people that's dead that's because of white supremacy. So you are fortunate. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And like I said, if somebody can't talk about these kind of things, that's cool. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk with them. They weren't going to contribute anything anyway. People shouldn't present themselves as that desperate where they're willing to walk around with a knife in their back in order to get somebody to give them some support. Like, nah. Just have a little bit of self-respect. You know what I'm saying?
Coach somebody like that's you can't say that. Like you can't say that to a black man. Like unless you're gonna say that to RFK Jr. too, unless you're gonna say that to Ro Khanna too, unless you're gonna say that to Tulsi too. Like you gotta say it to all of them. You can't. I'm just trying to educate you and coach you. Because even me, somebody said that to me, bro. I'm like, excuse me. That's the first thing. I don't know. I don't hear anything else you said after that. Because like you know, but that's reality. Because whenever someone has said that to me, like Jimmy might have been well.
That is one of the best ways that I've ever seen this put ever. That is one of the best phrasings of this phenomenon that I've ever seen. Shout out to Hurricane IQ. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat for Hurricane IQ. Hurricane IQ says they always say they're against political correctness, then want us to be politically correct when facts show their true colors. F that. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that 100%.
But I've had people say it to me that we're not well-meaning, and I knew it. And it's hard to discern between those two when especially when emotions are high. And I feel like there's a level of desperation amongst the country and amongst the world, amongst movements and leftists all over. Like you got to be careful. But like that doesn't mean.
I'm not trying to. Again, like that's not our. It's not. We're worried about what's going on here in the United States. I don't need to curtail my speech or censor my speech because of like somebody else having a bad day. Like I've had a bad everything. So you know what I'm saying. Like I don't really care about somebody else having a bad day.
Fucking racist, bro. Like just because somebody messes up in a way that you don't like does not mean they're racist, and that is the shit that makes others not want to get involved with this type of conversation at all. They don't want to get involved at all because they're
so then let them be. Leave them to their devices. If you can't have a conversation, does anybody ever care about discussions about crime and discussions about poverty, how that affects us? How we're dog whistled about that stuff all the time to the point now when people talk about crime rates, we look twice because we think that they're talking about us. Does anybody care about that? If nobody cares about that, I don't understand why I'm supposed to extend some type of grace that I don't get. I don't do that. That's a personal principle of mine. I don't extend grace to people that haven't extended grace to me, and I don't just give people grace. No. Why is that an expectation? That's only an expectation when it comes to us. That's not an expectation with anybody else.
Scared if they make a mistake, then they're gonna be labeled racist. They're gonna be labeled sexist. They're gonna be labeled trans, whatever. Like there's a
the problem. There's so many. We have to understand. We are literally living in a country where people are the least educated on race on purpose. Do you understand that?
That's not, for one, that's not true. But for two, there's a whole entire political party that's working on attempting to rewrite history so that people aren't being taught about race and the results of different races here in the United States. Now, who's responsible for doing that? And why are we just making the assumption that people aren't educated on race? Everybody knows how to use their white privilege. Everybody knows how to call people the N-word. Motherfuckers are educated enough about that. I'll tell you what, go to a MRDD place, go to a nursing home and ask to go to the dementia unit. I guarantee you spend 10 minutes over there in a predominantly white nursing home on a dementia unit where the people are crazy out of their mind. One of them is going to call you the N-word. Now now go and do a random sample on that. You can go look and find white people that have the least cognitive ability, the least cognitive function, the oldest and most debilitated. They will all be able to utilize racial slurs. They're not educated on race. Educating somebody on race is educating somebody with racial slurs. It just depends on the kind of education about race that you get. How many American authors have wrote books about race? Bell Curve, The Downfall of Man. So you mean to tell me that there's no education about race in this country, really? And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys show some love. Got a new subscriber over there on Twitch. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat for them. Definitely appreciate it. And real quick, guys, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please make sure you guys take a moment, smash that like button. Also, make sure you guys hit that bell if you're not subscribed, and share the stream to your social media. And Michael R said, facts. I worked in a veteran nursing home, and that used to happen to me all the time. They could be completely gone out of their mind. You turn them the wrong way, and they feel pain or a discomfort or something. They're gonna be like, "You N-word," clear and coherent as day. They alert and oriented times 0. Think they're on the planet Mars. Think that grass is blue and the sky is green. But look at your black ass and call you the N-word. And that's a fact. You want to tell me that they're not versed on racism? Seriously? They're so versed on racism that it doesn't leave when literally every other faculty leaves their brain.
On purpose.
Most
White
propaganda.
people, this is what I was just about to say. You know, all the propaganda about race, that there's no racism, that's not for us. We experience it. That's the propagandize white people. The point of
No,
that's
the propagandize black people too. Again, that's the propagandize black people too. See, shout out to Hurricane IQ. Hurricane IQ said my brother and baby sister worked in a senior home and said the same thing. They quit 6 months later. Thank God they survived and got out. And the thing that's even funnier is that when you tell the administration at one of those places, they'll just say, well, it was just the time. And I was like, and when I used to work at those kind of places, I'd be like, well, I don't have the time. I don't have the time. What I'm gonna do is when those patients say that kind of stuff, and they call me the N-word or they call me something like that, what that means is that they want somebody white to take care of them. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go get somebody white to take care of them. Or either if don't nobody want to take care of them, then they're just gonna be stuck like Chuck. When you work at a hospital or a nursing home or something like that, those people will never try to correct the patient's behavior. They'll try to tell you to be sympathetic for the time. Okay, well, I'm sympathetic. I'm from a time period where men had relationships with women. So if I start calling people stuff when I see 2 guys walking in holding hands, I can get fired for that. But you mean to tell me that somebody can call me the N-word and it's okay because of the times? If we're going to use the times argument, then it's the times for everybody. If we're not using the times for everybody and we're correcting people on how they talk about people, then we're going to correct those issues. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, no.
Propaganda is to get white people on the side, not to get us. They can't tell us anything about police. We experience it.
White people already on the side. White people who aren't racist choose to remove that shit from themselves. They make a conscious choice to do that shit. But they're already on the side. What are you talking about, bro? Look at the patterns of what goes on in Europe. Yeah, shout out to Morgan Casey. Morgan Casey must be at the beginning of the video. Yeah, Garland Nixon. And that was the guy, the older gentleman in the beginning. Because like I said, I'm not trying to disrespect any of these cats. I just don't agree with what they're saying.
Can't tell us, but they can tell a white person who doesn't deal with the police, this is what the police are for. Exactly. You get what I'm saying? So that's the point. I don't want to go off the rails unless Nick, you have something else so we can move on.
But you're 100% right. And like I just wanted to go ahead and clarify that because like I had personal experience with Jimmy that people don't know about, like how I was being shut out of the conversation about the DNC fraud lawsuit was my fucking lawsuit. And people were doing it on purpose because I was also an up-and-coming journalist and no one wanted to have, like, because before RB.
You shouldn't have had to deal with Jimmy. Like, if you're having a problem and if you're getting blocked out, that's the whole issue, bro. Like, you shouldn't have to run to a white person for your way in. That's not fixing racism. That it's still the same thing. If a white person is blocking you out, that's the same thing as a white person being the only person that can let you in. And shout out to my man Keep It 100. My man Keep It 100 said, "I'm ex-law enforcement. They teach it in the academy." I believe it. I believe it. Like, if I'm the nice guy at the door with the keys and I'm like, "Oh, you can come in, you can come in, you can come in." If I'm directing traffic in, that's literally the same as having the power of blocking people out. So you've just went from somebody who had the power to block you out to somebody who had the power to block you in. And none of those people who had the power to block you out or block you in look like you, bro. Don't you understand that? That's not helping. That doesn't help anything.
Yeah, I know some of y'all might not know this, but most of these YouTube motherfuckers just would sit on there and talk their ass off and never be in the streets doing anything whatsoever. Yep. Like, and I was one of the few who were actually like walking the walk and talking the talk. And that's
Nico was one of the first people that platform me, by the way. Go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Now, here go. I'm a motherfucker that sits on YouTube and just talk shit and I don't do shit. I go to work. However, I talk about shit that I deal with. I deal with anti-black racism every damn day of my life. I mean, I don't know how much of quote unquote in the street what I'm supposed to be doing, but I mean, living, breathing, anytime I leave the house every day, I'm dealing with that shit. I don't want to work overtime in dealing with anti-black racism. So I'm not like just cruising around the suburbs and shit or cruising around rural areas to make an example out of myself or anything like that, because I got the feeling that this probably wouldn't be the best thing to do. But I mean, like, I don't take anything away from anybody that is quote unquote on the street, whatever type of organizing that you're doing or whatever at the same time. But like, people don't have to do all of that to be a legitimate voice of reason or a legitimate content creator. Like, that's not necessary unless that's what you say that you do. You guys say that you do that stuff, so I would expect you to do that. I repeatedly tell people, man, I'm not doing shit. I get on YouTube and talk shit. That's what I do, is get on YouTube and talk shit. I've never made those claims that I try to do any of that stuff. I've told people that what I would do is build my platform up as big as I can build it and as professional as I can build it. And that's what I'm working towards doing. So I don't have to be held to any type of standard of other than anything that what I've said. So to try to use your own standards to try to shame somebody, like, well, these other YouTubers don't do shit. Okay, you're the ones that say you guys go out and do all this stuff. So that's the standard that you should hold yourself by. I'm a YouTuber that reacts to content. I talk about articles, and I never claim to be no, you know what I'm saying, fist pumping activist all out in the street, being Superman, saving everything and organize. I've never been that. So I don't need to live up to that because I've never made that claim that I'm that person. I'm not super Negro. I'm not trying to be either. You know what I'm saying? So to try to judge somebody by the standards that you've set for yourself, that doesn't really hold any weight. You know what I mean?
Bro, I remember. It was
Really,
it was
probably like the first 2 or 3 people. That was
It-
that's my crazy ass. Like, let me bring him on the show. Go ahead, Nico.
but like Jimmy, when he heard the story, how I was being frozen out of that conversation, got me to New York in studio, and he had me on to talk about all of it so that I could get the credit I deserve. And I can tell you 90.
So you don't think that he brought you on there because it would benefit him at all? It would legitimize his platform with you on there. Oh, Jimmy got an ear to the streets. You know what I'm saying? He got this young black dude on there. And the thing is that they have these. Jimmy got a platform of like 1 million people, so that a lot of people get starstruck by some shit like that. Like, oh man, like this dude opened up his platform to me. Like he got more people watching live than subscribers that I got. You know what I'm saying? And they get starstruck by that and think that somebody doing a good deed, when in reality, they just trying to legitimize their own. Like, yeah, like I got somebody that's grassroots. I can put this out here and make it look like this is a grassroots person. You got to recognize when you being used or when you being finessed too. I'm not saying that Jimmy did that because I don't know, but from the way that Jimmy was talking to Cornel West and the language that he was using and the things that he says and talks about, my assumption is that would be highly likely that that's what he did. I guarantee you, the moment that y'all say something that Jimmy don't like, he'll snap off on y'all just like that. I even brought him on my platform. I mean, did you see what he's doing with Cornel West? I mean, I tried to have the best interview that I can. That's why you would never catch me engaging with that kind of nonsense. I'm not going to go on your channel and then you turn around and say that you built my channel because I went on your channel. Get the fuck out of here with that dumbass shit. That's what that's what those people do all the time. And I was gonna actually react to a Tim Black video. Now look at this. Look at this. I want you guys to see this because this person is earlier in the stream. This person, Morgan Casey, right here says Cornel didn't feel that 41% of black businesses failed during lockdowns. He didn't think that it was important. You know what? We didn't find out what Marianne Williamson or RFK thought about that at all. So why was Cornel West the only one asked about that? And how did he not feel that was important? He didn't get a chance to answer the question because Jimmy was talking over him at that point. Jimmy Dore wasn't interested in what the white candidates felt about black businesses. He also wasn't interested in what the white candidates felt about these guys' tweets. Jimmy Dore doesn't think that white supremacy is important, and a race massacre just happened in Jacksonville, Florida. If Jimmy Dore thought that black businesses failing during lockdowns was so important, where was Jimmy Dore's video about the COVID money that was denied to black businesses in Oregon? Where was his video about that? Exactly. In Oregon, white liberals and Latinos sued to keep funds from going to black businesses. Facts. Where's Jimmy Dore's video about that? There isn't one because he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't want that stuff being talked about.
% of these motherfucking white quote unquote progressive journalists would never. They would never give you.
I see that now with RBN. How many people in white independent media promoted the General Strike Summit? Jimmy Dore had me on so we could promote it. He had Savage on so she could promote her Woman Summit and her Boston action. Like,
so why don't y'all go to why don't y'all holler at Phil Scott or Tariq or TD or TBA or Torian? You know what I'm saying?
Jimmy promotes action. Like, so there's disagreements that we have, but he's just promoting our action while TYT and you guys see CJ, you did a segment on it. Like Kyle, all the people doing a segment about the media bias chart, they won't even say our name, fam. They won't even say our fucking name. But then you'll have us on to so we can share our black radical ass politics, right? So,
and I'm not trying to be funny, but I don't. What's so radical? I don't understand how you can be radical, but you're talking about censoring your words. I don't know if people forgot what radicals look like, but radicals be wearing leather jackets with them Kango hats to the side with guns. That's what them radicals look like. I guarantee you those radicals wouldn't censor what they felt about white supremacy. I'm just saying.
Once again, there's levels to this shit. Like when you guys say that Jimmy Dore is racist, like you guys, like Dico said, delegitimize the real struggle for racial equality. Because
so if we say Jimmy Dore is racist, we delegitimize the struggle for quote unquote racial equality. So what happens if Jimmy Dore actually is racist? If we say it, we delegitimize the struggle. So whether Jimmy Dore is racist or whether Jimmy Dore is not racist, if we say Jimmy Dore is racist, we delegitimize any kind of struggle for racial equality. Sorry, but I, again, politely disagree with that. Cornel West never said that the C-19 wasn't huge for us. He said it wasn't his top priority issue, and it's not our top priority issue. White supremacy is. And I don't think that you're one of us, Morgan, but that's a nice profile picture that you have.
White independent media promoted the General Strike Summit. Jimmy Dore had me on so we could promote it. He had Savage on so she could promote her Woman Summit and her Boston action. Like Jimmy promotes action. Like, so there's disagreements that we have, but he's just promoting our action while TYT and you guys see CJ, you did a segment on it. Like Kyle, all the people doing a segment about the media bias chart, they won't even say our name, fam. They won't even say our fucking name. But Jimmy will have us on to so we can share our black radical ass politics, right? So once again, there's levels to this shit. Like when you guys say that Jimmy Dore is racist, like you guys, like Dico said, delegitimize the real struggle for racial equality. Because
I disagree with that. Let me ask you guys a question. If you guys agree with that particular point right there, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with that point, then give me a thumbs down. Now, shout out to Morgan Carey, right? I got a whole channel that's dedicated to only content about C-19. None of the topics that I talked about on my channel did Jimmy Dore talk about in the way that I talked about him. And if he cares so much, I'm curious as to why not. And I'm not trying to be funny, but Jimmy Dore getting called a racist doesn't have any effect on any overall struggle for quote unquote racial solidarity or anything like that. Like that's not true. Calling one white guy racist is not gonna end the world. You know what I'm saying? It's not. It's just the reality of shit. If you act like a racist and get called a racist, then that's what it is. It is what it is.
Jimmy's not an enemy of racism. I promise you. I promise you. Like, he's not an enemy of
racist.
What
What is Biden? You know what I mean?
Yeah, the one you vote for.
Morgan Carey says yes, but it was a surprise to Jimmy, who is many things, but not a typical white guy. Does he have straight hair and white skin? Because if he has both of those, I'm trying to figure out how he's not a typical white guy. Grew up very poor on the poor side of Chicago. A lot of people grew up on the poor side of Chicago. You never seen the movie Blues Brothers? Where are people coming up with these fake false narratives? You never heard of Al Capone, who wasn't poor but was wreaking havoc in Chicago? The Valentine's Day massacre that took place in Chicago. The restaurant there still got bullet holes in the door. The majority of white people in the United States have more money than black people. So whether they're quote unquote rich, quote unquote, or not, rich, quote unquote, comes with levels when you're dealing with the racial wealth gap. Oh, well, most of us are middle class. Your middle class is way higher than our middle class. What is a typical white guy? I don't need a white person to tell me what kind of white person they are to get me to, I guess, take off certain filters I may have or assess them in a certain way. Say what you got to say. Jimmy Dore is a very typical white guy. Jimmy Dore is exactly like Jake Logan Paul, Bill Mayer, and anybody else. Jimmy Dore is a typical white comedian, not very funny. What's not typical about Jimmy Dore? And my question is, who's the last black person that you've played defense attorney for like this? Did you run and try to catch any of them bullets that was flying down there in Jacksonville? Or are you more concerned about making sure that, you know, Jimmy don't get a little bit of mud on his name? I'm not throwing mud on Jimmy's name. I don't know if Jimmy is a quote unquote, you know, I don't know anything about him. Politically, I disagree with him, and I think that he doesn't like black people. This is the United States. Not liking black people is part of the culture. Who cares? I care. We care because we're black. But if you rock with him, you know what I'm saying? Like, you probably don't. So I don't understand what it is that you're coming with here that's debunking anything that I'm saying in an attempt to try to change our assessment here. What kind of evidence do you have to prove that what we're saying is incorrect? I mean, who cares if he's a typical white guy or not? We didn't even use that terminology, typical. I said that he's a racist. I can't tell you how many poor white people I've known who got swastikas and Confederate flags tattooed on them or flags hanging outside their house. What are you talking about? How many 1% bikers do you think qualify as quote unquote rich versus qualify as poor? You know what the bylaws to their clubs are? What are you talking about, dude? Facts. And this is what I'm saying. Shout out to Harvey. As your world said before, Jimmy represents that good old Chicago racism. I know because I live in Chicago and work with those types. Facts. The Bill Murray type. You know what I'm saying?
Racist. What is the Klan? Like, you guys literally undermine. And I did many segments about liberal identity politics where you guys drive me crazy because you undermine the struggle that I care about. I care about calling out racial inequality, and I care about calling out white America for their contradictions. But calling Jimmy, who calls out the military-industrial complex, he's like,
Jimmy calls out the military-industrial complex, but he's not calling out white supremacy. So I guess that's what you're there for. I don't know. I don't understand any of this. When have you and Jimmy Dore ever called out WS together? I'm curious about that. And how did y'all deal with it? What was the salute? What was the remedy for it?
Jimmy's a racist. What is Biden? You know what I mean?
The one you vote for.
If Jimmy's a racist, what is the Klan? Like, you guys literally undermine. And I did many segments about liberal identity.
Racist? Are you serious? Racism is like a burn. There's different degrees of it. So now it's got to be everybody's Peyton Gendron or nobody's racist. Is that what we're doing here? So if you don't just go race massacre black people at a dollar store in Florida, if you don't just go hang somebody, you're not racist. Now we doing the Joe Biden shit. Yeah, you talking about Nina Turner, Ricky? Yeah, she another one, man. She messed around and got with the Young Turks like Dr. Rashad Ritchie.
Politics where you guys drive me crazy because you undermine the struggle that I care about. I care about calling out racial inequality, and I care about calling out white America for their contradictions. But calling Jimmy, who calls out the military-industrial complex, he's like the only guy that does anti-cop video who's white on YouTube. Like,
that is very true. That
like,
is
hey, one person
bro.
He's not the only white guy that does anti-cop videos. How many cop audit channels are there on YouTube? How many arrest audit channels are there on YouTube? If I'm not, I'm pretty sure there's more white content creators that make police audit channels than there are of black people that make police audit channels. And the entire content of all the police audit channels is to call out police officers. How many times has Jimmy talked about the white supremacy within police ranks? How many times has he talked about the banditos? How many times has he talked about the executioners? How many times did Jimmy do any of that? How many times did Jimmy read the CIA report that shows all of the infiltration? I mean, on my channel called Crimecast, I guarantee you that I have more content about all of that stuff than Jimmy does. I don't have nearly any of the resources to create content at the speed and quality and amounts that Jimmy Dore does. Making a couple cops there's what's called symbolism and placation. Like, you want to call out cops. The reason why cops need to be called out is because they utilize white supremacy to harm black people. But you don't want white supremacy being talked about. That doesn't do anything to help.
Even among
We gotta get to the video. Yeah. All right, so cut the military budget by.
So that's it. That's where that discussion ends. So, you know, my question for you guys, as always, is, hold on real quick. My question for you guys is, how do you guys feel about that? What I need for everybody to do is leave lots of comments. All right, let me know what you guys think. Leave timestamps with your comments. All right, I hope you guys, people that watch on the replay are able to watch the entire thing, because I thought that this was pretty good and good for discussion. So let me know what people think. There's still, like I said, there's so much to talk about as far as this goes. When I do a real long stream like this, I try not to do like, multiple streams in one day, so that people get time to watch the entire thing. So if I do another stream, I'm probably gonna cross this topic over on BLR2, so that I can have a fresh day of no notifications. So if you're not subscribed to BLR2, make sure you take a moment and subscribe to BLR2. And we're definitely going to continue on this, because there's more stuff that we got to talk about. But like I said, again, no disrespect if Revolutionary Blackout Network does happen to see this. I don't have no, beef or issue with you guys. I just don't agree with your points. I don't agree that Jimmy Dore is not a racist. I don't agree that white people have blinders on about racism. Go look and see who's the lady that wrote the book called White Fragility. What's that other lady's name? The old white lady. You know what I'm saying? What's her name? You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna sit there and say that they do. If somebody has some kind of blinder or something like that, you need to prove that to me. You know what I'm saying? And again, for the people in the back, this isn't a majority Cornel West supporter channel, and nobody was caping for Cornel West. What's being done is we're showing what Jimmy Dore and people like Jimmy Dore do. And that's resort to anti-black racism anytime white supremacy is brought up, because they don't want to have a discussion about it. Jane Elliott. Yeah, that's it. Good looking. Keep it 100. Good looking, Hurricane IQ. So before I get out of here, I'm going to shout out, at facts, LC 56 Jr. against reparations, Jane Elliott. Yeah, big facts. Facts. That's her. You know what I'm saying? And old girl that wrote White Fragility. So shout out to my man TD Hip Hop Media with the $5 super chat. Make sure y'all show him some love. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat. Shout out to Black Free Thinker with the $5 super chat. Shout out to Jab Bad, who joined on Locals over there on Rumble. Shout out to him. All right. And shout out to everybody on Patreon. Definitely appreciate you guys. I'll be back either, later on today or, late night, whatever, we'll figure it out and we'll get back on this, because this is coming to an end. But I think we got most of what we need to talk about out. All right. So with that being said, y'all, I appreciate y'all, and I will catch y'all on the next video. All right. Peace.